Good evening, everyone. How's it going? We are live. We should be live starting on Facebook as well as YouTube for severe weather coverage that's going to be across much of Oklahoma and Texas this evening. It looks to be another active night ahead. We already have numerous severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches in place. And yeah, it's just going to be another busy night ahead, guys. I know we've been very active. I mean, it's literally been, I was just thinking back, I think the Allen, Texas event was the 18th of May. And really ever since then, for the entire month, for an entire month now, it has been just extremely, incredibly active across a good part of Oklahoma and North Texas. And yet we have another active night ahead. So let's get right to it. How's it going, everybody? So let's start off with the overall severe thunderstorm watch further north. This right now is in Kansas, and that particular watch goes on until about 11 o'clock this evening. So for those storms up in the Kansas region, we are still expecting severe wind gusts upwards to 85 miles an hour, folks. I mean, this is some serious stuff. I mean, there's 3 entire states could get some hurricane force winds tonight. We've got isolated hail. You know, some of those hailstones could be, you know, anywhere from 2 inches in diameter, and there's a possibility of a tornado or two, and that's just in Kansas alone. And so if we shift further south, and we'll get to the warnings, this tornado watch, this is a tornado watch. This is where they have a higher probability of seeing a tornado likely within the Oklahoma region. And this particular watch includes a couple of tornadoes. Remember, this is a tornado watch that goes on, through the evening time frame, through about 11 o'clock this evening. So we're looking at scattered damaging winds, isolated significant wind gusts up to 90 miles an hour, folks. I mean, this is a serious stuff. These are very dangerous night ahead. We've got scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, upwards to 3.5 inches in diameter. And so we could be looking at just kind of a nasty squall line that comes across the Oklahoma region. We already have several tornado warnings already in place, and that's for Oklahoma. And then when you shift further south back into North Texas and into West Texas, we already have a watch out in West Texas where storms were going to be originating out towards the Abilene area. So that particular watch, widespread large hail, scattered in nature, could be up to 4 inches in diameter, folks. So we're talking anywhere from pea-size hail all the way up to softball-size hail. Obviously, that is significant damage. We've seen a lot of those hailstones, so you know the atmosphere is capable of it. And unfortunately, we're going to be capable of it again tonight. So yeah, very dangerous night. And they could be looking at possibly a tornado or two out in West Texas, where the storms are expected to be a lot more severe. And so that is the current watches, and that actually goes on until 10 o'clock itself. And then as you move eastbound, these are all moving east or northeast. These watches would likely be extended as we get deeper, into the evening time frame. So yeah, we're just kind of getting going here. We with severe weather coverage. So if you're just kind of tuning in, it's important to hit the like button, hit the follow button on Facebook if you're not already following me already. I'm also streaming live on YouTube as well, and definitely smash the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed to my channel as well. And then it's important to share the live feed. We're literally going to be doing extended coverage for the entire duration of the event. I mean, this is Saturday night, folks. There's a lot of people out and about. They need to know what is happening, is going to be transpiring as things are going to be going downhill and quickly. So if you look outside your window right now and you look up in the sky and there's not a cloud in the sky and it's sunny out there, and you're like, what are you talking about? There's no severe weather. Trust me, it's coming, folks. It's just one of those nights. I mean, you just have to walk outside and it's like a wet blanket out there, and the dew point is up in the upper 70s. It's the kind of the same dynamics we were faced with just 2 nights ago. And, storms formed out west, and then they moved eastbound. And then, eventually they had to extend watches, right? I mean, they had to extend watches into the overnight time frame. Did a lot of wind damage across East Texas and the 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning time frame. They had microburst, they had downburst. I mean, literally all that kind of same type of activity could unfold again. So that's why it's important, if you are listening to me, if you got time, and have a plan in place, and plus secure loose objects. If you got any flying projectiles out there and towards, in your backyard, or a trampoline or a flagpole, or, I mean, just think about it. If some 70-mile-per-hour winds happen to go over your house, what can you do to minimize the damages, right? So do whatever you can right now, maybe in anticipating, hoping for the best. No one wants severe weather. And if in fact you do get the possibility of these, big time storms, then you're prepared. And then we do have a chance for some larger hail as well. So it's going to be one of those evenings that if you have a garage, if you have a carport, if you have one of those hail protector type things, I mean, it's highly advisable, folks. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to hail at your house, and there's no guarantee it's going to be 70-mile-per-hour winds at your house. But you have obviously an increasing probability. There's no storm last night. We got storms tonight. So as these move across the Metroplex, you need to take all the extra precautions necessary to alleviate any damage that you can, not have to hinder if you weren't prepared. So that's why we're doing live coverage well in advance of the storm. And so to give you for the entire duration of the event. So if you're looking at this and saying, hey, it's out in Brownwood right now, and I live in Dallas, well, that means you got some time, right? You got a couple of hours at least before it might be even getting somewhat close to your area. So you got time to prepare for what might be to come into the evening time frame. So so let's take these watches off now and kind of get to some of these warnings that are happening across Texas and Oklahoma. Like I mentioned, we are expecting a bigger tornado threat up in the Oklahoma region. So if you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the tornado threat is almost, it's not ever zero, but it's not very high at all. It's probably northwest of the Metroplex. And then especially in Oklahoma, we do have a concern where we actually have several, we do have an active tornado warning issued up there in that region. So this is an active tornado warning, no tornado on the ground, but currently storm spotters are seeing a rotating wall cloud at the moment, as is about 6:04. So that, producing thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado with baseball size hail too, includes 6 miles southwest of the Flores area, or just about 12 miles west of the Beaver area in Oklahoma. This is northwestern Beaver County into the Oklahoma region. So if we kind of zoom into this particular cell, you can see it's got some nasty, that purple, folks, that's baseball size hail, folks. That is some serious stuff that's fallen out of that particular supercell. Let me put the other frame on. But yes, there's your hail core with this particular setup. So that hail core is going to be extending eastbound. It looks like it's heading right towards that Beaver River State Wildlife Management Area. So if you live in and around the Beaver County region up in Oklahoma, this is essentially northwest of the Woodward area. This is essentially in northwestern Oklahoma. Definitely be on high alert for that particular storm that is capable of producing a tornado and some damaging baseball size hail. You can see the squall line forming back behind it. So let's move on further south and take a look at some of these cells down here towards the Abilene area. We've had some bigger hail down towards the Brady region. Now that bigger hail has shifted off into the Brownwood region. This particular cell is also producing up to a potential golf ball size hail with that particular storm. This one's actually moving southeast about 20 miles an hour. If you live in the Bangs area, the Rockwood area, back into the Brownwood area at 6:35, Brooksmith around 6:40, Elm Grove around 7 o'clock, just to kind of give you an idea as this dives southeast bound about 20 miles an hour. So if we zoom out, you see for the actual metroplex, we still have a little bit of time. So I knew we'd have a little bit of time for the actually got into the heart of of the metroplex. Everything's going to start out west and then shift off east. So but we are seeing some scattered activity kind of start to bubble up, kind of within the metroplex. So that's kind of an indication some of these are likely going to be elevated showers at the moment. There is a little bit of a capping inversion across the metroplex. The thinking is once this system comes a little bit closer, once they have some of that upward lift, that's going to be helping to erode some of this capping inversion. You can still see some larger hail or on the smaller variety, but still see some hail even with elevated storms that form above the capping inversion. So we'll just have to watch this activity. There's no current watches out right now for exactly the heart of the metroplex. Everything is out west at the moment, but this is just kind of the beginning stages of what's to come. For it looks to be a longer duration of the event. So I think it comes in like two forms tonight. So one, meaning we're watching the storms down here in Texas right now, and these are going to be shifting east at times, sometimes at northeast. And they're likely going to be entering portions of the metroplex, likely close to 8 o'clock. And by then, we'll likely have severe thunderstorm watches in place for the heart of the metroplex. And these will be racing across through the 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock time frame during into the heart of the metroplex. At the same time, there's another complex we'll be watching further north into Oklahoma. And like I mentioned, those are just going to be even nastier up there with some potentially 90-mile-per-hour wind gust and the strongest cells, producing some of those baseball type size hail potential, maybe even a little bit larger up to softball size hail in some of those isolated storms. And then that system is also going to be shifting, coming through with a nasty mesoscale convective system into the evening time frame through the Oklahoma City area, probably 10, 11, 12 o'clock, and then diving east southeastward. And then sometime around, I would say 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, we got round 2 that might be entering parts of North Texas, likely into these regions up here into the Durant region, with this mesoscale convective complex getting close to this, these regions into Durant, fishtailing east southeast bound into Denison, into Sherman, likely probably Anna, McKinney, back into Leonard. This is like round 2. This is what I'm talking about, round 2 potentially, and into the wee hours of the morning while most of you are sleeping. This is 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. We could have another nasty squall line come through, going into Wolf City, Cooper, Bogota, Paris, Clarksville, all those areas, into Idabel, portions of, into eventually Texarkana. And that's going to be swinging east southeastward. That would be round 2. So it's a long time, folks. I mean, we haven't even actually got the watch yet on the first round. So yes, but you can see a ton of lightning strikes happening across Brownwood. So this is an intense storm, as it is right now, that's got a pretty nasty hail core up to, potentially golf ball size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour winds with that particular storm. This one's actually moving northeast, and that northeast is pretty significant because that's going to help. That's obviously moving towards closer to the DFW Metroplex. Here's the storm out in Abilene. Another cell, it's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds to it. Another cell's got another 60-mile-per-hour winds to it. This one's actually got a little bit of a hook trying to form on the south side. So we're definitely have to watch that particular system down towards the Stonewall area. So that's another significant storm, has some golf ball size hail with it as well, but a little bit concerning. Remember, it is West Texas. You still have that capability of producing a tornado or two out in this region, but it's always concerning to see something like that on the southern flank of this storm that is definitely showing signs of rotating there. on the southward flank, about crossing over the Red Bluff crossing region. So that's looking better with every frame, folks. I mean, that could be dropping a tornado here, or at least trying to form some sort of wall cloud to it, and kind of get its act together on that southern flank. So the areas that we're talking about here are 6 miles south of the Peacock region, or about 10 miles west of Aspermont, and that's actually moving southeast about 30 miles an hour. This is coming out of just, I guess, northeast of the Snyder region. This is in West Texas. There's Haskell, there's Throckmorton, and there's Graham to kind of give you your bearings. This is pretty far west of the Metroplex, but nonetheless, they do have that severe thunderstorm watch in place. It's not a tornado watch out there. Doesn't mean you can't get a tornado within that. They are expecting maybe one or two possibly isolated tornadoes, but that's not the highest probability. The highest probability to get a tornado is up there in Oklahoma. These storms out in West Texas could crank up to potentially softball size hail in some of these, isolated events. I mean, isolated is what we're talking about. What happened in Sanger, the other night, just obviously 2 nights ago, that had a 5-inch hailstone, right? That was what, DVD size hail, something crazy. Most of you guys hadn't even heard of that or even existed, because it doesn't happen very often. I mean, it's kind of a rare event. This is how to get these events like back to back to back like this. This is kind of crazy. I mean, the weather's been crazy, folks. And so, yeah, I mean, they had a 4.88-inch hailstone in Mississippi the other night. Then that 5-inch hailstone came in Sanger. Then we had that, of course, Mansfield came in at almost 5 inches the other night. I mean, it's just, it's crazy to get these missiles coming out of the sky. I mean, these cloud tops are forming over 60,000 feet. I mean, they're getting higher than that one in Melissa the other night was 67,000 feet, folks. I mean, I've been looking at weather. I'm a crazy weather nerd for at least 30 years. I promise you, I've never seen something like that in North Texas, that high up in the atmosphere. Remember when you're flying up and we're at the cruising altitude of 35,000 feet. That's double that. That's like don't breathe territory. You can't breathe territory. I mean, that's up there, folks. I mean, that is up there. I mean, it takes a lot to get a serious updraft to get something that significant. And then, of course, you got 12 miles of atmosphere to work with. You're going to produce some big time hail out of that situation. And that's exactly what unfolded. And so we've been seeing these numerous 60,000 foot cloud tops across these regions like it's nothing. And it's it's hard to do. I mean, if we just zoom into this particular storm, I mean, we're literally almost in the cusp of that again tonight, right? 60,000 feet right there, folks. I mean, it's happening every single day. I mean, it's 60,000 feet again. So that tells you that's got some significant capabilities. 62,000 feet, right? 62,000 feet. That's where we could have the potential softball size hail. That's why we have the severe thunderstorm watch in place. It always forecasts and say, hey, if all the dynamics come together, what is the atmosphere capable of? It doesn't mean it's promised it's going to happen. What is it capable of? Well, okay, it's capable of producing 62,000 foot cloud tops. We know we got some serious updrafts with it. And okay, well, it's like a little dryer, right? So when you're how you create big hail it's almost like a war. It's the war between the updraft and it's the war between the size of the hailstone. So obviously they all start as just rain, right? Everything starts to just rain. But when the updraft starts getting strong, then we start to produce some of these little smaller hail pieces up in the atmosphere. And then obviously if the updraft is strong enough to lift that little nickel size hail back up, then it continues to go higher up in the clouds. And of course it gets colder the higher up you go. And then it just falls again. Then a quarter size, and then it's, maybe ping pong size, maybe golf ball size, and then maybe, tennis ball size. I mean, so it's that war. And so as long as that updraft is strong enough, whoo, look at this, folks. This is This is growing before our eyes. I mean, look at that. It's 64,000 feet as we're talking, right? I mean, this is what's happening. I'm basically telling you what's happening in this atmosphere right now. It's a battle zone up there. That hail's trying to fall, and that updraft's like, you ain't doing that. It's not. You're not going to the surface just yet. We got to get a little bit bigger. So that's what's happening. It's going higher up in the sky. It's going 64,000 feet, right? Then it starts to come down. The updraft's like, I'm not ready for you yet. And then it goes back up, right? And then so that's the battle that we're faced with right in this supercell right here. And then once you get that cloud top that high, trust me, that thing's going to last a long time, right? I mean, you get that hail core to start dropping some big hail, it's going to last for an extended period of time. So it's going to take a lot to knock down a 60 something thousand foot cloud top, right? So we're watching this really unfold down there southwest of the Metroplex. Let me get your bearings right? So this is literally southwest of the Metroplex. Now, granted, this particular storm, right, is moving southeast. It's actually moving into central Texas. Now, what's been happening with these storms is they typically sometimes split, right? And they produce this towering supercell. The one dives southeast, but we have a northern side that dives. If it does split, we haven't seen that as of yet. If it does split on the northern periphery, that supercell would fishtail northeast bound. And obviously, if you head northeast, that's going to put more of the DFW Metroplex, into play with this particular supercell. So this is crucial. What we're watching here right now with this particular cell that's really growing before our eyes. I mean, we're watching this just explode to towering heights that used to be like unimaginable to happen somewhere in North Texas, and it's literally happening almost on a daily basis now. We didn't have a sleep. We got a little break yesterday. And then the boundary sunk southbound again, and boom, it was a slight risk, and then they activated the enhanced risk in Oklahoma, and then we put a little heat to the mix and put a little bit more water vapor to the mix, and they started increasing the enhanced risk space. And then all of a sudden the 3 o'clock hit, and it's like, okay, now everybody's getting it. All of Oklahoma and all of North Texas is into play of the enhanced risk. And so because of the updrafts and the capability of these towering supercells of what a 60,000 foot cloud top could actually do to the surface, right? I mean, it's so we're watching potentially some significant hail trying to form. So right now it's potentially maybe golf ball size hail within that, but it's only a matter of time before this thing starts to grow in an intensity, because it's going to stay in that updraft for an extended period of time. But once that thing falls, if you're talking, baseball or softball size hail with that, then you got to realize that's falling at, 100, potentially 115 miles an hour. That is some dangerous stuff. I mean, you do not want to get hit with that. That would likely do serious damage, if not cause a fatality if it hits you in the head. It's dangerous stuff, folks. I mean, that's why it's important to grab a helmet. If you're out there, if you have a tornado warning, if you're out and about this evening, do whatever you can to protect yourself. If you're out in the elements, I mean, this is some serious potential hail. I mean, obviously you got some of that, that hits your car. It's going to take out windows. It's going to take out your roof. It's going to take out the windows in your home. It's going to take out your fence. It's going to take out your AC. It's not just just replace the roof and move on. No, these are like, anything that's parked outside, it's going to take out everything. I mean, I was talking to this insurance adjuster last night, and she was dealing with some hail claims back for Allen. And she's like, yeah, I've had people that had 4 cars in the driveway, took out all the cars, all of them totaled, and that was tennis ball size hail, folks. I mean, and some baseball size hail there. This is actually bigger. And of course it took out the roof. These claims are like $200,000, that's just one house. right? I mean, this is some major damage that these storms are causing. And it's an unfortunate situation, and it's really all driven on this El Nino. This, I know you're like it's broke like a broken record with this El Nino. It's basically a very active subtropical jet stream. We have a mid-level jet that is so far south. It's unusually this far south for this time of year. There, we got a tornado warning, folks. We got a tornado warning. Remember that little hook? We talked about the little hook on the south side. Boom, we got a little tornado, folks. We have a tornado warning right now for the observed tornado, folks. That is actually an observed tornado that is on the ground right now. So we saw the hook, and we got confirmation now with the storm spotter that a confirmed tornado is in fact on the ground for southeastern Stonewall County and northwestern Texas. This is a confirmed tornado, very damaging tornado, 11 miles southwest of the Aspermont region, moving southeast about 25 miles an hour. And it also has some baseball size hail with it as well. So this is southeastern. Ooh, that is nasty, folks. That is definitely nasty. Significant tornado that is on the ground right here. Let me get you some bearings. This is so we are in West Texas. So this is west of Haskell, west of Throckmorton here. Very damaging tornado that is on the ground, moving southeast about 15 miles an hour. It's going to be crossing over Highway 83 shortly. Is in the crosshairs of this. This looks to be in a potentially fairly rural area out here in West Texas. But nonetheless, this is definitely a very damaging tornado with significant rotation and a confirmed, by storm spotters of a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. So if this will continue southeast bound, crossing possibly just north of the Hamlin area or just near the Hamlin area. So if we zoom into some of these particular cities, if there's anything maybe in the crosshairs, like I mentioned, it looks to be in a fairly isolated area. I'm not seeing any smaller cities in its wake. It looks like Flat Top is there, Pastura is there, Hamlin is there. But yeah, it's definitely significant tornado, folks. A significant tornado on the ground right here in West Texas as we speak. This is, if you're just now tuning in, this is for southeastern Stonewall County in northwestern Texas. First confirmed tornado of the day for Texas out in West Texas of this damaging tornado that continues to move southeast about 15 miles an hour. So Hamlin would be in its wake. And if this continues, obviously they would actually have to extend the tornado warning. But nonetheless, this is a damaging tornado that is on the ground. All right, let me give you some times and estimates of where this particular tornado could be. It looks like Stamford is a next, like, say, bigger city in line if this comes online, because like I mentioned, looks to be in a fairly isolated area out in West Texas. But obviously, if it continues to be on the ground for an extended period of time, there's cattle, there's all kind of stuff out there in West Texas that can still do damage to it, and that and then head towards the Stamford region. So potentially, in its sight, if it continues on its path, I mean, there's obviously much smaller areas, smaller cities within this zone, but it appears to be, crossing over 83, Farm to Market Road 2834 would be in the crosshairs of this system. Tuxedo, Plainview, Pastura, and Hamlin are also in the crosshairs for this storm. And it looks like they went ahead and extended it southeast, right? So they went ahead and extended with the confirmation of a tornado that's on the ground. So if you live southeast of there, they went ahead and extended it for southwestern Haskell County, northwestern Jones County, and northeastern Fisher County in west central Texas. So it's a developing tornado that is off to your west there, that is heading your way. So it could be in the Hamlin region by 6:45. So if you've got friends and family, or if anybody that you know of that might live in anywhere near the Hamlin region, the Hitson region, or the Tuxedo region in West Texas, text them, call them, do whatever you can to get them on the phone and get them, let them know to get in their safe zone immediately. There might not be sirens out here. They might not have tornado. They might just likely not. No, there's a good possibility they have no idea this is coming, folks. I mean, this is Saturday night. People aren't expecting. They got a lot of plans. They got dinner. They're probably doing stuff with the family, so they need to let them know we got a dangerous tornado that is on their doorstep, is going to be impacting their area the next 15 minutes, that they need to be in the most interior room of their house, away from all the windows, away from the window from the garage. I know it was a comment earlier. Typically, if you got a tornado coming in, it typically takes out the garage first. And once it takes out the garage, then the wind's able to move in and then do a lot of damage and have the updraft sneak up into your, but you do not want to be in the bathroom adjacent from the garage. That's not a good idea, folks. You want to need to be away from that, preferably on the lowest level of the house, away from the windows. Typically maybe a backward closet, or maybe underneath the stairs is maybe a good area, or a bedroom closet or something like that that has no windows associated with it. But you don't want to be in the bathroom adjacent from the garage. That's not a good scenario. Even though it doesn't have any windows with it, possibly, that's not a good pick either. So that's not advisable. You need to be away from that as much as possible and move the most interior room of the house away from all that. And so that's your safest location that you could possibly be if some worst case scenario were to happen, right? So see, good information about the garage and bathroom. Helpful. I've been doing it wrong. Hey, Elizabeth, no problem. I understand. It's one of those things we probably don't think about. It's like, hey, that's a downstairs room. It's there's no windows. There's a bathtub in there. It's like, oh, that's a good safe place. Not really. It's not technically really, because really you got to realize those garage doors, they crush them from the middle, right? They crush them from the middle and they cave in. And then once you get that updraft inside that garage, and boom, it starts lifting the roof off potentially, and nasty things happen in a quick fashion if something were to happen. So in this type of situation, it's good to have a helmet ready. It's good to have your phone ready. Pack the family, pack the animals, pack everybody inside the most interior room of the house, and hope for the best. And until that warning moves out of your area, then you're able to come out of your safe room. But a helmet's always advisable too. So if you got to realize, if the walls were to fall down, you've got something to protect your head, right? So it's always advisable, if you have those available, to have your bike helmet in there as possible as well, to be as safe as possible. So all right, so it looks like we've got another tornado warning. We got another tornado warning yet again further south. This is put out by the San Angelo National Weather Service down there in West Texas. So this is another developing tornado, not confirmed, but this is for Brown County, Coleman County, those areas out here in West Texas. A potential tornado that was located near the Winchell region, moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So locations that might have the circulation nearby is close to Mercury by 6:35. That's another 2 more minutes. Elm Grove at 6:45. That's in the next 12 minutes. And then we've got Skeeterville at 6:55. So those are the cities that are in the crosshairs from this fairly decent circulation system that's over the city of Mercury right now. So we don't have confirmation of this on the ground, but this looks pretty significant as well, folks. I mean, it's got a lot of tight circulation, a little bit broad, but it looks like it's definitely kind of tightening up there. So that could try to lower to the surface really at any moment now. So that's why we have that tornado warning in place for this region. Again, these are kind of moving that southeast trajectory, a little bit likely more eastbound, down there and towards, this is southwest of the Metroplex again. This is southwest of the metroplex. So if we zoom out and put the scanner on it and go back to that one that had that pretty significant hail core, you see it's up to baseball size hail now, folks, right? So we actually saw the transformation, right? We saw the transformation that it was literally just golf ball while we were talking about the updraft, dynamics to it all. And now that cloud top, because of its 64,000 feet nature, is now that hail has kicked it up a notch to baseball size hail, right? And so now we're watching that baseball size hail come to fruition into this region. And so this might be growing at an intensity that the radar might not be picking it up fast enough. I don't think there were any scans the other night when that Sanger system hit 5 inches. But we had confirmation on the ground that it hit 5 inches. So I was thinking at one point it was almost, tennis ball, maybe baseball size hail. But yeah, I mean, that thing was able to produce maybe some isolated stones or two, but yeah, definitely was able to produce that most significant hailstone. But it doesn't matter. I mean, once you get past tennis ball, that's taken out everything. I mean, the size beyond that it is technically is a mute point. Anything that stuff hits is just going to do serious damage. It's going to total a car out there. It's going to total your roof. And all it basically says is it's just bigger hailstone, and then it's able to fall even faster. So obviously, the higher the cloud top and the bigger the stone, it's able to fall the fastest. So just to kind of give you an idea, that one in Vivian, South Dakota, that breaks the record 8 inch. It was actually 8 inch up in South Dakota. That was falling at 120 miles an hour with an 8 inch hailstone. Just to kind of give you an idea of how all this works. So with that type of cloud top, even quarter size hail, it doesn't even have to be big. If it falls at that velocity, it's still going to do a lot more damage than a cloud top that was, if it was only 45,000 feet falling with quarter-inch hail. So if you got another 20,000 feet to work with, the velocity even of those smaller stones does a lot of damage, because you've got numerous dents, just numerous pecking dents, and a lot of times those could be, that maybe accumulate a lot in a short amount of area, that could stack up to those 3, 6, 9 inch hail on the ground, like covering the roadways in a quick fashion. And then it's also cool, like after the fact, you get this hail fog, right? You get the coolness coming down, you got the warm, the very warm roads there. And then obviously it starts evaporating and it starts melting, and then you get the hail fog. that's always eerie looking to get something like that, like right after the fact of this supercell. But yeah, so we've got that other tornado warning further south of Brownwood that's still holding strong with its circulation. It's got a ton of lightning on the backside, and this is fairly significant, guys. So even though we don't have confirmation of an actual tornado, this looks every bit as one. So we always have to maybe have a storm spotter out there. This is pretty, southwest of the Metroplex. So, right now we're relying on somebody out there and close by that gives us a confirmation and say, hey, there's likely going to be some sort of funnel within that region, and we need assurance that this thing's actually touching down or not. And so when that happens, they report that to the news sources, and that gets spread out in the ethers. And so we can warn the public, we got a confirmed tornado on the ground. Right now it's radar indicated tornado, but you have to treat it like there's a tornado on the ground, even though we don't have 100% confirmation of this thing, because it looks every bit as nasty. So Skeeterville's in the crosshairs of this storm. Bowser, Locker, into Spring Creek into this region. Elm Grove is the next in line to take a hit with this rotation. These areas that need to be in your safe zone. So and that would obviously continue eastbound about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So it's definitely getting active, folks. We've got 2 tornado warnings, and we've got confirmation of baseball size hail. We've got confirmation of just larger hailstones. Let me put these significant hail cores. And again, these are isolated, folks. I mean, this is what makes these things so severe. So it's not a guarantee everybody gets this. And trust me, you never want this. These are always isolated. Now, they did increase the probability of actually just liquid precipitation across West Texas and northwestern portions of the Metroplex to about 60% overall that might see rain. That means 40% don't see rain at all. And then as far as the severe weather front, and then it's much less, right? So these are the reason why these storms are so intense, because they're all separated. And that's how you get the intensity to get something like that. They've got to be separated. If these were together, they wouldn't be as intense, right? So you've got literally six just in this little frame here, isolated supercells that have a ton of separation in between each other that can produce their own little storm in itself. And so every one of these could turn severe, like, which technically they are, right? Every single one of them. And these are all moving, east or southeast bound. So that's what makes this event so significant in itself, and can be so damaging, because the isolated discreteness of these supercells, and they will continue to move on. You want to see some sort of squall line. If you had a squall line, I mean, it would be still possibly severe, but you wouldn't be able to get those baseball, softball size hail with that type of stuff. You could still get some little hail, but then you're probably talking like, quarter and maybe golf ball at best, right? So, and then you could produce a tornado, but typically you just got leading, QLCS type tornadoes, and they don't stay on the ground very long. With this discrete type stuff, it's definitely concerning, because the sky's the limit. I mean, it's no hold barred. You got plenty of fuel. I mean, obviously, I don't need to tell you this atmosphere is prime. I mean, it's got all the dynamics to work with. If you're a severe storm, it's like, hey, what's the perfect scenario for me to produce some big hail, and it's like, okay, well, you would draw it out, right? And so this is that tornado is still on the ground up there near the Hamlin region. So this is continued to be on the ground. This continued tornado still has pretty significant velocities to it and heading towards the Hamlin region. This is why they extended the tornado warning southeast bound, and this will continue to move off and impact, say the County Road 6 area. Looks to be close to County Road 83 out there and into West Texas. But notice these storms. I mean, we're going to get a little bit closer to the Metroplex. I mean, we're going to get into a little bit more populated areas. You notice out ahead of it, there's not technically too many major cities or too many, even smaller cities in its wake, right? But once we get, obviously closer to the Metroplex towards the Breckenridge area, we're going to be starting to get more higher populated areas. And it's definitely going to be obviously more concerning. So right now it looks to be in a fairly open, I don't really see any, big size towns in here. That looks like Plainview is in there. If we zoom into Corinth, New Hope, Stanford's in the crosshairs from this particular cell. But it's definitely got some significant hail to it with this particular setup. We have DVD size hail. What are we, 645? Let's see if they put out a mesoscale discussion yet for the Metroplex. Potential watch for Southeast United States. Trenton. Okay, so right now I don't see even a mesoscale discussion for closer to the Metroplex. It's a very busy night. I mean, this is a widespread event, folks. I mean, if we really put the map on. We'll just show you what we're working with tonight. I mean, everybody's working overtime tonight for sure. Everybody at any weather guy out there is no holds barred. I mean, it's all hands on deck tonight, folks. I mean, this is a massive, enhanced risk for almost parts of Kansas, almost the entire state of Oklahoma, and a good part of North Texas, well into East Texas, even into Little Rock and heading towards Mississippi. And then the severe threat just even extends further than that, with the slight risk extending into the southeast and into the Florida Panhandle and covering almost the entire state of Florida. So it's a busy night. I mean, there's hundreds of warnings that are going to be released tonight from the National Weather Service. The Storm Prediction Center is they got their hands tied tonight, folks. It's busy. It's not just an isolated area. We're talking thousands and numerous states, 12 states here. 10 states that have some form of severe weather tonight. So it's definitely a busy night for sure. And we've got several, 2 or 3, 4 tornado warnings, as we speak. So hey Monica, we got nickel size hail 2 nights ago. Rope tornado on the ground in Hamlin. Yeah, that was okay. So it's confirmed to be a rope tornado. Yeah, so this is the storm that the storm spotters at Hamlin 6:55. So heading towards the Hamlin region, appears to be a rope type tornado on the ground near the Hamlin region, moving southeast and to West Texas there. And that's been on the ground a while, so you can actually see it's right there, folks. I mean, it's literally almost right over Hamlin now. Continues to move kind of southeast bound. So, and obviously, if that continues on the trajectory, they're going to have to extend the tornado watch further, tornado warning further south. So, because this is moving more towards an east southeast trajectory. And then maybe Anzin out there in West Texas, that could be in the crosshairs from this system as well. Corinth, Plainviews could be next in line. Radium, even though you're not in a tornado warning in Radium or Radium, then definitely get in your safe zone. This could easily just shift a little bit further south there. So you can kind of see that tornado kind of pulsing up and pulsing down there, but it still looks every bit to be on the ground there coming out of the Hamlin region. Yeah, so very dangerous night. We've already had looks to be several confirmed tornadoes since I've actually been on here. I've only been on here 45 minutes or so. So if you're just now tuning in, thanks for tuning in to live storm coverage tonight. We're going to be doing this for the entire duration of the event as long as we can. And it definitely appears to be a long night ahead. Unfortunately, it looks to be a long, I know a lot of weather guys are kind of tired out there. I mean, trust me, it's when you get these back-to-back systems like this, it gets tiring, folks. I get it. I mean, it's been very, very active. It's just been unprecedentably very active. But the weather has its own timestamp, and it said the dynamics are right for the atmosphere tonight to produce severe storms. So here's where we are. It's Saturday night, and that we got activity, and it's a high impact night because it is Saturday night, and obviously everybody's a lot of people are going to be off work and out and about. They probably likely have plans and big events and big get-togethers and stuff like that, and they need to be letting known as we've got high impact events, not just in the terms of wind, but tornadoes, but significant hail. This is a all 3 mode night, folks. And not just a normal all 3 mode night. This is a significant night. I mean, these wind gusts are in the hurricane force wind type variety. straight line winds. So straight line winds would take out fences. It would take out some trees, some smaller rooted trees. And then you have these microbursts, which we already had several of those. I mean, we have microbursts is basically a rush of wind, and it typically would kind of take out a tree in the middle and it would split it. And that's typically, and then you have the burst and these collapsing. We've seen a lot of some heat bursts lately. There was a pretty rare phenomenon, and you get these with these kind of like collapsing storms at times, where you just have these very strong winds rush to the surface, and you just get this massive spike in heat. And they typically happen at night. I mean, one of them happened at 1:10 in the morning. I think it was closer to down there in San Antonio, Austin region, that spiked the temperature to 99 degrees at 1 o'clock in the morning. Pretty rare stuff, but it can happen. And then there was another one, I think, in Hearne, Texas, 103 degrees at like 10:30 in the evening. So it's a pretty cool phenomenon. It doesn't really happen very often, but we're in we're in kind of rare territory right now. So just expect the kind of the rare type of events that could unfold with these rare type of dynamics that we have in the atmosphere to work with. So and then flooding is could be a concern too. So you notice this flood warning that just took place. These are training thunderstorms, and you never know where these convective complexes are going to lie. We saw this the other night in Pensacola. I mean, they went to bed and overnight they had 17 inches of rain, folks, and just Pensacola alone. I mean, some serious major urban street flooding. They woke up to a nightmare, and all it took was these training supercells to form over the same area, producing 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates. Is what this is doing right now. Expected rainfall rates 2 to 3 inches. Again, you get that with the water vapor that's in the atmosphere. These high water content is basically like 99 percentile climatology of what you could be capable of for this time of year. It's at the top of the chart. So it's like a sponge. You get a thunderstorm to wring out that type of precipitation 2 to 3 inches per hour, and it just sits there and kind of trains over the same area. You could produce flash flooding, and flash flooding is obviously very dangerous. Next to heat, it's the number one killer out there. It's rapidly rising floodwaters, and it doesn't take much to elevate your car. Technically, it only takes 6 inches, right? It only takes inches. Most people don't realize that. Oh, I'm good to drive through this. Well, what happens if you get, airborne and starts elevating? Then you move quickly downstream. And if there's a creek by, it's going to overturn your vehicle. And then you have windows that are power and you can't get out. It could turn nasty quickly, right? So flash flooding is a huge concern tonight in some of these isolated spots. And especially as we get towards the evening time frame, makes it extra dangerous. These are county roads. These are out there in West Texas, or even could be parts of North Texas. I mean, all it takes is an isolated spot to produce some of these storms, and then that's all I'm saying is you never cross over a road that you can't see the bottom. That's first case. Turn around, don't drown. We preach this all day long, but best case scenario, take an extra 15 minutes after your night. Hey, if you run across an intersection that you can't see the bottom, it's best to put on the brakes, turn around, just find another way home. It's going to take you an extra 15 minutes to get home. It's great. Take the extra 15 minutes to get home. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it, so that's also a concern with with these particular storms, as well as we move through the evening time frame. So all right, so we still got and it still has that fairly indicative hook on the south side there. We still have that tornado down there and towards the Hamlin region, coming out of Hamlin. It's still every bit of looks to be on the ground, still heading towards the Plainview area, and then this would every bit get extended. So this would more than likely get extended out there, crossing over looks like County Road 6, County Road 142, Albany. Was that Albany in the crosshairs? There's Albany. And then there's Breckenridge. So that's it's actually not that far away from the Metroplex. There's Weatherford would be the next major city. So, and then we're getting closer to the 7 o'clock time frame, and these storms are every bit still intense. So that was the thinking with these storms. These storms are going to be strong. I don't need to tell you, they are strong out here in West Texas, that this was going to help erode any little capping inversion that's highlighted over the Metroplex right now. So this is why the event has been delayed a little bit for the Metroplex, because we do have a little bit, when they sent the air balloon out about 4 o'clock, they did find a little bit stronger capping inversion that was showing earlier, but it doesn't mean nothing's going to happen. It just means the stuff out in West Texas, it needs to have that air mass hit that capping inversion, and then it will start eating away those layers that inhibit storm development. And so obviously when you got a 60,000 foot cloud top trying to stop something that might stop at 5,000 feet, eventually that 65 foot cloud top is going to overtake the cap. I mean, so it's just a timing thing, and it has to be closer, and it's likely going to be closer to the 8 o'clock time frame. I would imagine that these storms are going to be closer to, say, the Mineral Wells region, and then I think the watch is going to be issued then. So right now we got activity in West Texas that we are tracking, with all three modes of severe storms, and that tornado that looks to be has now lifted. So what was on the ground for a while now has lifted out of the Hamlin region, but it looked to be on the ground for a good 10-15 minutes, every bit of that. And I think it was actually on the ground when we saw that velocity scan, pretty prevalent. We just didn't have confirmation, but nonetheless, that tornado was confirmed a rope tornado to be on the ground for probably at least 15-20 minutes, if not more. Hey, Tune Guy, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, we're doing extended live coverage for Oklahoma and Texas tonight. Pretty intense night. We've already had several tornado warnings. We've had several tornadoes confirmed on the ground already. We've had 64,000 foot cloud tops confirmed in West Texas already. We've got flood warnings already in place in isolated spots out in West Texas. We've had baseball size hail already. So we've already had some destructive storms, and this is just kind of getting going. I mean, just now kind of getting going. So it's important, if you're watching this feed, to go ahead and smash the like button, smash the follow button, do numerous updates pretty much 7 days a week across Facebook and YouTube. And then if you're not, then hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel as well. But we're going to be here for the entire duration of the event. I mean, that's one thing I'm fortunate and able to do, is start the coverage. And I typically do live coverage for the entire duration of the event. I'm not going in and out and having to go to the news or commercials or anything like that. It's 100% weather, folks. I mean, it's 100% weather, and from start to finish, so it's sometimes I'm on live for 6 hours or 7 hours or 8 hours, sometimes 10 hours. I've done 10-hour live streams before. Trust me, it's a long night, but we got a long night ahead. I mean, it's early. It is very early. You saw how late those storms lasted the other night. Yeah, I mean, it's already leaning towards a later evening. It's already leaning towards a later evening, especially as it hasn't even gotten going in the Metroplex yet, and of course even into East Texas. So that's still a long ways out. So yeah, so we're here for the entire duration of the event. But yeah, this has got a massive hail core, folks. I mean, regardless of the tornado, and it's observed again. So now it looks like it did pulse up and maybe come back, but it looked to be it looks like it's come down again. So we have another confirmed tornado on the ground coming out of that same Hamlin region. So let me give you the parameters on this one. That was now it's over the Histon area. Or near Hamlin, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So it's still the same tornado that it's been on the ground for a while, maybe lifted up for a short bit, but now it's on the ground again, heading towards Histon, Tuxedo, and Hamlin at 710. So Hamlin at 710, all these areas need to be in their safe zone, as this has been a tornado that's pulsed up and pulsed down. Now it continues to be on the ground here, doing some damage out here in West Texas. Plainview is in the crosshairs. Tuxedo, Hamlin is up next at 710. So for the next 10 minutes or so, this is continuing to race eastbound and eventually maybe head towards Corinth. Corinth and West Texas, crossing over Business Road 277, New Hope and Stamford. So yeah, Corinth, New Hope, and Stanford are not in the tornado warning as of yet, but this shows every signs of continuing to be pretty tightly compacted down there and out there in West Texas. Hey Rob, I'm chasing storms in Oklahoma Panhandle tonight. Tornado on the ground. So let's zoom out. So you got a tornado on the ground and the Panhandle as well. Oh wow, that's even some bigger hail. That's grapefruit size hail up there, folks. So it looks like we have a storm spotter out there. Rob Texan out there in the Panhandle did confirm this to be on the ground earlier, and producing some. Wow, that's grapefruit size hail, folks. Yeah. So wall cloud reported out there in in the Panhandle by Beaver. That was located over Beaver, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So Beaver and Knowles are in line to get hit with this potential tornado that it's already producing a wall cloud. So it's got a rotating wall cloud. That basically means we've got circulation high up above the surface. We're just watching this lower. And if it lowers and obviously connects to the ground, then that would be your confirmed tornado. So we got storm spotters already said they're on it. They're watching, eyes to the sky. As soon as they got confirmation, they'll send the signal to the National Weather Service, and they'll put out the confirmed tornado on the ground and producing some grapefruit size hail, folks. That's the biggest of the evening. That's 4.5-inch hail, folks. I mean, that's every bit of almost DVD size out there up in there in the Texas Panhandle. Yeah, just a very significant evening. I mean, just another significant evening with a pretty nasty hail core right there over Beaver. That's doing some serious damage potential if that comes to fruition of that grapefruit size hail. And then obviously on top of the tornado aspect of it too. So very damaging situation. And it looks like, yeah, there's storms that train behind this one. So, and they've all got some sort of, little tail to it, right? I mean, you got this little inflow notch, and then you have another little notch. So you get these training storms that produce flooding, that produce big time hail, and then tornadic activity on the southern flank. So you typically have got the tornado potentially on the south side, the hail core in the middle, and then if we do have convective banding, then you get the flash flood warning as well. So it's just a dangerous combination tonight across the Panhandle in West Texas. And if we zoom out, that pretty significant. And I don't need to tell you, that's eerily close to Perryton, right? That's the town that got hit hard on Thursday night. Unfortunately, we had 3 fatalities out of that tornado. We had a confirmed EF3 and the lower end EF3. That one was on the ground for about 17 minutes, folks, and it ended up being 6.4 miles over 17 minutes. And at one point, it grew to a half mile wide, right? And so that's not that far north of where they had a damaging tornado just 2 nights ago. So you can see, I mean, and this area just got hit pounded with relentless rain for the entire month of May. And then June started, then they've been getting pounded with severe storms, hail, tornadoes, a lot. So, and it's all that El Nino type driven storm. You got a very active subtropical jet coming off the equatorial Pacific. Those waters have extremely rapidly warmed out there coming in, and it's June and not April. I mean, it's pretty rare to get a subtropical jet or a mid-level jet so far south this time of year. And obviously, the further south you are, just on a normal basis, your average highs in the in the low 90s, right? It's not in the 70s like it is in April. And so why is this so extreme? We're about 20 degrees warmer than what we would typically be when these type of setups would unfold. And so obviously if you add 20 degrees in the mix and these dew points, instead of like dew points in the upper 50s, maybe low 60s, we got dew points in the upper 70s, if not 80. That's an extremely warm. So you just got a worst case scenario, just with all the dynamics in place. El Nino came on and activated right before we were going to go into summer. So we're still on the, you're typically on the cusp of severe storms, really about the middle of June. I mean, that, but even June's not that active typically. I mean, June's typically not really that active. Your active months are typically, into March, after we get past March 15th. And then, of course, April is pretty active. May's typically trying to be active. Pretty rare to see some sort of, this so much activity in the month of June. But again, we talked about this. This was the same dynamics back in 2009. It's an unfortunate situation when the El Nino started around this time. It started actually back in June, back in 2009. And we have the same similar type of dynamics unfolding now. And so what happened back in 2009? Well, Texas had the most insurance claims and the most losses out of any other state out there, and that was in 2009. So think about the dollar 14 years later, and we have similar dynamics, but only higher waters. I mean, these waters are incredibly warm, even a lot warmer than what we've seen back in 2009. In fact, the waters are off the charts past all-time records. I mean, so we're compounding record on top of record on top of record. And they're like, well, why are these storms so strong? I'm like, well, you got just crazy dynamics in play. And it does, these storms fuel off heat. So they love heat. If it was cold, we've been under enhanced risk, and it was like kind of cold outside and chilly and nothing happened. Well, I mean, it was like 55 degrees and minimal dew point, and but we got like 80-degree dew point and upper 90 temperatures. That's just prime time. I mean, there's no question about it. So yeah, so nonetheless, that's why we're just getting that significant hail. And then mid-level jet stream like that's able to raise these cloud tops so high like this. Like I mentioned, it's just the kind of the perfect combination of worst case scenario unfolding. So 54,000 feet up here. Let's go back to some of these storms further south. Where was that storm earlier? Yeah, so this one's at like 60,000 feet in itself. Yeah, so we've got several cells in the 60,000 foot range. We got another cell. We got another cell back here that's every bit of 60,000 too. So we've got just these isolated pockets, right? I mean, they're all separated. You've got separated supercells. You got separated, isolated storms that each have their own 55 to 60,000 foot cloud top. Is going to be capable of doing some big time hail producers. And So it's just kind of a nasty situation. All right, so that storm down here towards Milburn, uh, producing a possible rotating tornado. This is for southwestern Brown County, northwestern San Saba counties. Got some potentially some ping pong size hail with it. This was the storm heading towards the Skeeterville region. So we still have some activity down further southwest of the Metroplex. Let me take some questions here. Thanks, pal, for your dedication and coverage. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, will Dallas get a tornado? Well, I can tell you once these storms get to the Metroplex, it's definitely less likely. There's not technically a tornado threat within the heart of the Metroplex. These are expected to come down in intensity. Hopefully, that's the expectation. There's actually, if you're northwest of the Metroplex, say like I don't know, Wichita Falls would be an area. I mean, you can see this storm. It's in Hamlin, right? So this would continue to move in eastbound. I would say likely, Throckmorton, Graham, probably Weatherford. I would say maybe Decatur, Bowie, Jacksboro. Maybe those areas have a higher probability of seeing a possible spin up tornado. But once you get in the Metroplex, I'm not really concerned about on the tornado front. It's definitely going to be a higher wind threat front. So I'm expecting strong straight line winds. They could be 60, 70, maybe some I said 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds, or they could be in the form of downburst winds, or they could be in the form of microburst winds. But not a tornado. They're still do the same damage. I mean, it's just crossing hairs of what you want to label it. Winds are winds, right? So you can EF0 and straight line winds, same damage, right? I mean, they had some 75-mile-per-hour winds in Lavon the other night, straight line winds, 75-mile-per-hour. That's hurricane force winds, right? They had confirmed microburst and I think Hopkins County, 95 miles an hour. I mean, so it's going to do the same damage of that, kind of EF1, EF2 type criteria tornado. And then we had some 85-mile-per-hour wind gust in Van Zant County, which was confirmed. So sometimes people can understand, the difference between a straight line microburst or downburst or tornado. So that's why we always have the call for the National Weather Service to go out, do their due diligence and survey the damage to label it properly what it is. But on the surface, it still does the same damage essentially. Yeah. So, but either way, we are not expecting tornadoes and within the Metroplex, but could be straight line, downburst or microburst type winds later on tonight. And they should come down. So where we're seeing this grapefruit size hail in the Panhandle, we're seeing some some baseball size hail, some softball size hail in West Texas. Now I say come down, which we aren't expecting that type of big a hail in the Metroplex, but we are probably expecting potentially pea size, quarter, ping pong, golf ball, and there might be some isolated tennis ball. But I'm not expecting baseball to softball. I don't think it gets that bad. It's more of a wind threat. So it's the difference tonight. So you had the higher hail threat the other night on Thursday with DVD size hail, and that came to fruition in Sanger. And then we had a little bit of a lower wind threat. But the wind threat cranked up again once you moved into East Texas, which was confirmed back in Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant. Some of those areas are actually still out of power. And that's the last thing I want to see is more storms tonight, right? So that's the last thing they want to see. And it's favorable. If they don't get hit with this first round in East Texas, they're going to get hit with the second round. And it's an early morning round. So that would be the storm complex that would be coming from Oklahoma and diving east southeastward would likely impact the East Texas region 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's just a long night. It could be an overnight threat too as well for many of you. But right now we're watching real-time activity out in West Texas, and we'll be here watching it every step of the way. Well, 2 rounds, but not affecting everybody. I mean, I say 2 rounds, but, if I let me just draw this so people get I say 2 rounds. Okay, so I'm expecting what I'm talking about here is, um, I'm expecting this, mesoscale convective complex, to move across Oklahoma, where these storms are now, move across Oklahoma and dive east southeast bound, right? And so these trajectory could be in and around the Durant region, possibly about 3 o'clock in the morning. So about 3 o'clock in the morning, you could be looking at, this area right here within this zone, you know, moving through. So this mesoscale convective complex would highlighted be over this region about 3, then we'd go 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. So this is what I'm talking about. So all these areas down here wouldn't get hit, right? It's just far northeastern counties. So that would be round 2. That's what I'm talking about for round 2. All right, looks like we extended the. Oh no, they just broke that off. So okay, so Brady has another tornado warning that's moving southeast. So brand new. It looks like to be a brand new tornado warning down there for McCullough County and West Central Texas. That was located over the Pear Valley region. This one's moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. So we have another, rotating, circulation down there into the Brady region, that's moving across Pear Valley. So this one's fairly tight as well. And this was also moving, eastbound. And this will be shifting towards San Saba region. If this continues, it might be closer to Burnett and then Marble Falls, Lampasas, those regions. So there's a dog going crazy. I'm not sure what's going on outside. Obviously, we're getting to the time of day where people are walking their pets. It's not cool, but definitely getting getting to be the cooler part of the day after it's been so hot today. But yeah, it looks like the cats were going crazy. But I appreciate the stars, everyone. I know Facebook gives you an option if you do want to donate stars. It just gives you a way to help support POW and help support the channel. So it's always optional, obviously. But if you'd like to donate, you can certainly do that on Facebook. And then YouTube also gives you an option to donate as well. And I think they call them supers on there. So you have always that option if you'd like to donate on that platform as well. So greatly appreciate the support out there. Thanks for tuning into live coverage. And like I mentioned, we'll just be here for for a long time. You got me for a while tonight, folks. I canceled all my plans. It's a high impact event, so I want to be here for you. And obviously, I don't need to tell you it's a dangerous night. We've already seen a lot of storms. All right, so we got 2 active tornado warnings happening right now. One, the biggest, looks to be some baseball size hail up there by the Beaver region. I think that was the one that was producing some, grapefruit size hail earlier. Okay, so now they have extended a severe thunderstorm warning, and it does include the Perrington region, folks. So that's obviously worst case scenario down there for those folks. But unfortunately, we do have a pretty significant storm on their doorstep that does include the Perrington region. So at 7:17, there was that storm located about 9 miles just to the northwest there, maybe 12 miles northwest of Perrington. And this is moving in your direction. Parrington will be taking a direct hit, unfortunately, from this storm that could have some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-size hail. So this is the last thing they want to see. But yet we have another storm on their doorstep that will be impacting these homes. I know they destroyed maybe 50 or 100 homes that I'm thinking in that area. Unfortunately, had 3 fatalities within that region. Just a devastated smaller community up there in Parrington. Unfortunately, looks to be hit by some pretty solid straight line winds with this system, and it's going to be knocking on your doorstep. And it's not that far away, guys. So if we put the radar in motion here, you can see the trajectory. I mean, it's not going to miss Parrington. It's going to go right over them. So they're going to be hit with some pretty intense winds in this region. And the tornado aspect of it is just a little bit further off to your north. So we still have a tornado warning, but it is north of the Parrington region. But we're still into the near Boyd. Now, this is near the Boyd region, but closer to Beaver and looks like a slap out area. But yeah, pretty significant storm in itself with that storm, and also under a flood warning. So you got everything, guys. You got 70-mile-per-hour winds, you got flood warning, and you have a possible tornado. So you got devastating all 3 impacts over this area is about to get hit hard. So up in the Texas Panhandle, Parrington, into Beaver, and that's going to be heading towards maybe Woodward, Oklahoma eventually. We got another nasty cell, looks like down there by Canadian area in the Panhandle. That's also producing some fairly decent size hail as well. So maybe the good thing is once this maybe passes Parrington, that we might get a reprieve for the rest of the evening. But it looks like it's back building to the south side of there. So it looks like to be, kind of back building into DeMoss area up in the Texas Panhandle. And that will be shifting, eastbound as well. So it's all coming together over Parrington and Beaver there, of another damaging, dangerous situation unfolding, unfortunately, down up in that and the Texas Panhandle again. So no longer in DFW area. Oh, well, I mean, we haven't started yet in the DFW. Everything's out west. Remember, these storms move west to east. So everything's still west. So it doesn't mean you're not going to get hit in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It still hasn't started yet. This is a long night ahead. It's 7:20. So don't let your guard down just because it's not, there's no watches or anything. It's probably a little bit delayed by an hour or two, but when they issue the watch, it might go into 2 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll have storms till sunrise. So, yeah. So right now it's fairly clear in the Metroplex, but it doesn't mean nothing's going to happen. Right. All right, so let's go back to the storm and by Coleman, because this was the cloud top that was pretty significant earlier. And another thing we're watching is the splitter, right? Because I mean, the one in Brady has continued to move southeast, so that's going to shift into central Texas. That has that tornado warning cell to it. That's going to continue it into central Texas. But it's the northeast trajectory of these other storms that are going to be trending towards closer to the Metroplex. So, but I've got I haven't seen a pending severe thunderstorm watch for the Metroplex yet. But again, these storms are fairly, they're fairly still far away. I mean, you can see it. This is Weatherford. There's a Breckenridge. So The leading edge of these storms are right near the Breckenridge, parallel. So it's still a pretty good ways for the pretty much the heart of the metroplex. So they got a lot of time to issue the watch and still give you plenty of advance warning. But we all know what's coming. So hey, can you give any time frame for the Sherman Denison area? It's going to be late. I mean, it could be 11, 12 o'clock. Things are still pretty far out to the west. If you're talking Sherman Denison, that's a here's you're in Haskell to Sherman. That's what, I don't know, what is that, a couple 100 miles? Hundred miles, and it's moving at 20, 25 miles an hour. Yeah, most storms, unless there's some sort of hurricane or low pressure center, most storms move from west to east, west to east. So when you're talking about storm coverage, it's always west to east. So if you know you live east of the metroplex, that's what I mean. Always say east of the metroplex is east of DFW Airport. That's what I call east of the metroplex. Is if you're east of the DFW airport, because that's where records are kept, and that's basically the center part of the metroplex. Is the metroplex is huge. If you know you live east, you know you're going to be one of the last ones to get the storm. So if you have a severe thunderstorm watch issued and it moves west to east, and if you live east and even northeast, you know you're going to be one of the later ones at the tail end of the watch. So if the watch hasn't even been issued yet, you're going to be a pretty good ways out, right? So all right, so we got a pretty significant hail core still some potential tennis ball size hail. Whenever you see those blues on the map like that, that's always indicative of some pretty good size hail core right there. We can switch over the frame and see what kind of hail we're producing out of this one. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so that's this kind of gives you a guesstimate that what might have hit the surface. Looks like in Hamlin we had confirmed 2.8 inches. That's every bit of tennis ball size hail or greater. 2.8 inches in Hamlin. Another 3.15 coming out of the Hamlin region. Red Bluff Crossing there. That's every bit of baseball size hail right there, 3.15 inches. This is the same storm that's diving southeast. This is one that had that confirmed tornado with it as well. We moved down towards the Brady, the Coleman region. We kind of zoom into this area. Yeah, 2.7s, every bit of tennis ball. So we've seen some big hail. Here's another pocket towards Hamlin. That's the one we saw. Let's zoom up to the Panhandle now and head just north of. That's the storm that has the tornado warning right now. Yeah, 2-inch hail, one and a golf ball to ping pong size hail up there, confirmed already. All right, so let's get back to this active tornado warning. I got to switch modes. All right, so it looks like they went ahead and extended that tornado warning coming out of Beaver. So this is for northwestern Ellis County now, southwestern Harper County region. So we had that developing potential tornado that's coming out of the Beaver region, continue to move eastbound at 35 miles an hour. Same circulation that's been showing signs of trying to lower to the surface. 5 miles northeast of the slap out region, moving eastbound at 35. miles an hour. Looks like Laverne and May is next in line. This particular cell. So we put the storm motion on this one. You can see where we're at with this one. Yeah, it continues to move east, southeast. We had a confirmed wall cloud by a spotter earlier. So that whole area is rotating. It may have lowered to the surface, but we definitely had a confirmed wall cloud in this region. So that's why we definitely have the continued tornado warnings for this region. And yeah, so that one storm is just right on the cusp of Parrington now. We're only maybe a couple of minutes away before things go downhill quickly. But you can see it shouldn't last terribly too long. It should be coming in fast and furious for Parrington, maybe some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts with this system. Maybe some nickel up to quarter size hail. Doesn't appear anything's rotating, so they're not going to get hit with another tornado, but they could be hit with some pretty intense squall line. It could be pretty nasty for about 10-15 minutes or so, and then I'm not seeing too much in the backside of this. So this may be it for you once this moves through. Looks like we had a confirmed 70 mile per hour wind up there in southern portions of Kansas there. How's Hal looking for tonight? Oh, hey, Steve. How's it going, buddy? Yes, Parrington was the city that got hit 2 nights ago on Thursday. So, yes, this is definitely the last thing they want to see up here. It's got a ton of lightning with it. But, yeah, it's a nasty squall line that's going to be moving through that region in the next 5 minutes or so. But right now, closer to the Metroplex, it's still fairly quiet. Everything's still out in West Texas. And it's moving eastbound. So there's no watches in place for the Metroplex currently right now. Like I said, we always do coverage for the entire duration. So it doesn't mean there's going to be right over the Metroplex when we start coverage. These cells started popping up in West Texas. In fact, they started popping up exactly when I thought they were, 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and towards really towards Snyder and towards Sweetwater and Abilene. They were already popping up then. They issued the watch around 4, and this is where we're at. So they moved this far since about 4 o'clock. So obviously we've had several others form since then, but they're still fairly good size away for the heart of the Metroplex. There's Stephenville, there's Glen Rose, there's Burleson, there's Fort Worth, and of course there's Dallas. We tried to get some elevated storms activity back when I first came on, but like I mentioned, there is a small little capping inversion over the Metroplex. Those could even become elevated. We always have to watch for that. Obviously, they got subsided or squashed down. But again, the overall thinking is once this system gets closer to the Metroplex, it's going to help erode the capping inversion, and then once you have a supercell, break any cap down here that might be inhibiting stuff, then it's all systems go by then. Looks like we got a mesoscale discussion in near the Vernon region. So this is northwest of the Metroplex. Remember, this area could still see an isolated tornado or two up here in this region, northwest of the Metroplex. Right now, this storm is just now kind of getting going. So mesoscale discussion means it's one step lower than actually a severe thunderstorm. So this just has some pocket change hail, 40 mile per hour winds. These are just kind of initial stages of what you see, but it's got a nasty purple with it, so that's not going to take long at all. What we're watching is if there's any type of cap up here northwest of the Metroplex, it's quickly eroding as we speak because that purple, I'm sure it's already busting through the capping inversion. So that's going to be turning severe quickly. I would imagine in the next 5 minutes or so, we're gonna have a severe thunderstorm warning on our hands northwest of Wichita Falls. And the one further south has turned severe. So that has got some potential 70 mile per hour winds that's coming out of the Tuxedo area. So this is the same area that we've been watching, continues to move eastbound, has some potential tennis ball size hail with it. Now it's going to be moving, located over Tuxedo. This is right over the town of Tuxedo. Next in line is Anson at 7:30, which is now. Stamford and at 7:45, and is it Looters at 8 o'clock. So those towns are in the crosshairs of this pretty significant storm, packing some pretty high winds, 60, 70 miles an hour, and has the capability of producing some of those quarters, maybe up to tennis ball size hail with this particular setup. All right, so there's the city of Breckenridge, and you can see the outflow boundary to the south of there. So this is always what you look for too. So we got a tailing outflow boundary to the south of there that should help produce more storms on the southern flank of this. So you got to get a storm to produce other storms. So it's a combination of things, and that's what we're seeing. So we're seeing this supercell produce an outflow boundary to the south side, and that's going to help overturn the atmosphere and likely produce something. And we're getting closer to the just west of the Metroplex here. So there's your bearings. There's the city of Stephenville. There's Mineral Wells, and there's Weatherford. So I would imagine we would probably be looking at a mesoscale discussion in the next probably 20 minutes for the Metroplex of a pending severe thunderstorm watch is probably my guesstimate as these storms are getting closer now. Looks like that storm in Brady is really kind of holding its own, and that's moving towards central Texas. But Brady Lake, Brady in itself at 7:45, Placid at 7:50, and Rochelle at 7:55. Yeah, that cell continues to show increased circulation right there. You can actually see it zoomed in pretty clear. So County Road 87, this looks to be just north of Brady, and that's going to continue east-southeast. Pecan Springs, the Paul Junction region, East Sweden. We put the motion on it. You can see kind of the east-southeast trajectory with these storms. But it's got a pretty decent circulation, so you got to be in your safe zone, guys. If you live down here in the Brady region, that's some pretty significant rotation here, pretty tight, and that's going to continue east-southeast bound. And we'll get an update from the Storm Prediction Center at 8 o'clock. They'll be putting the renewed severe risk out and see if they've moved the zones and stuff of what the latest thinking was at 3. So it's been a while. At 3 o'clock I posted. We can actually go back to that if you want to kind of take a. I know a lot of people are probably kind of just tuning in. But here's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. Like I mentioned, here's the hail risk they have for the Metroplex. If you see your area in red, you have basically a 30% probability of seeing some very large hail tonight with these particular storms. 30%. So it's obviously a huge area in red, right? This is a huge area, but this whole area is hatched. What I mean by that is that's a capability of 2-inch plus in diameter. And then the whole area in red, 30% of the whole area in red has the potential to possibly see a 2-inch diameter or larger hailstone. So it would be all these areas in red shaded, if you zoom into the, to the Metroplex here. And then the yellow ones are still could see it, but then it's much smaller hail. So once you move, I don't know, say east of Bonham, east of McKinney and stuff like that, it's not even the hatch. They're predicting, much smaller hail potential. And, as you move towards East Texas. But what the greatest concern is tonight is the wind. That has the highest probability for the majority of, Oklahoma, West Texas, North Texas, and to East Texas and Arkansas. That whole area is hatched, right? So this whole area has, a greater probability, 30% probability of seeing 65-mile-per-hour winds or greater within this whole area. Still 30%. So it doesn't mean everybody. It always never means everybody. So that means 70% of you won't see a 65, 70, or 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. You might see something smaller, or you might not even see any rain at all. I mean, so yeah, these are just kind of gives you estimates of increased probabilities of what's the favorable area of what you could see and what's the potential dangers for your area. And this is the wind threat, but it's hatched, meaning those are significant, meaning it's 65 mile per hour plus. Anytime you get 65 or plus miles per hour, could be 75, somewhere's maybe 80, even Oklahoma, maybe isolated 90 mile per hour, right? And then here's the tornado threat. So you got the tornado threat. And this was the last update at 3 o'clock. So, and what we've seen so far is basically pretty much in line, right? So where we've seen some tornadoes is within the higher probability up here in the Texas Panhandle towards Oklahoma. This is a 5% probability, right? 5% probability of seeing an isolated tornado. We've already had confirmed tornadoes, and then down here in the green, 2%, and we've already seen kind of confirmed tornadoes. And what I talked about earlier was northwest of the Metroplex, and this would be northwest of the DFW airport that might have an isolated tornado risk associated with it. Would be, Denton North, Sherman North, Gainesville North, right? So it is south of there is no tornado risk. So this is why I was trying to tell you the kind of the risk of probabilities. And that was at 3 o'clock. That was the latest thinking from the Storm Prediction Center at 3 o'clock. So we'll get an update from that in 20 minutes. So in 20 minutes, these will be shifted a little bit. So as the storm has shifted, these will be shifted, and we won't get another one until about 1 o'clock in the morning. So every 5 hours they update. So we'll get another one probably at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it just kind of gives you some drawing, some guidelines of maybe, the higher probabilities. Doesn't mean you can't get a storm outside of there. It doesn't mean like that. You can't just take that verbatim, but it just says the higher probability, if you're in the green shaded area, you might get an isolated spin up. Doesn't guarantee you're going to get one. It just says you have a higher probability. And this is where we've seen the storm so far, right? So that's all. All right. So, hey, no wonder. Let's see. If you live near Kansas City, Missouri, it's moving in a direction. The world is always ending according to you guys. We're not talking about the world ending. We're talking about severe weather. All right. So you gotta forecast what the atmosphere gives you, right? I mean, the atmosphere is not forecasting rainbows and sunshine. So if it was, we'd be talking about it. That's not the reality of what's happening here. All right. So we got all right, so we have 3 active tornado warnings. So if we go back to the one in Beaver, that one looks to be back on the ground now. So this developing. Well, it was. Oh, okay. So here we go. So here's the active tornado that is on the ground, confirmed about 10 minutes ago by in Laverne. So about 6 miles west of Laverne, there, moving east at 40 miles an hour, heading towards the slap out region. So this is the storm we've been tracking for a while now. That was north of Perrington. That has now actually produced. There was a wall cloud earlier. Remember, it was a wall cloud. Now we got confirmation that it has touched down. So we do have a confirmation confirmed tornado on the ground there. You can see it south of Laverne there. So it's going to be right over Log Cabin Corner. So Log Cabin Corner, and that's crossing basically due east at 30, 40 miles an hour to Highway 270 here. Going to be crossing over the city of May and Dunlap. May and Dunlap are next in line from this storm. You need to be in your safe zone immediately. Confirmed tornado on the ground, damaging tornado, some baseball size hail with it, moving out of the log cabin here and heading towards the city of May. So you can see the actual tornado happening right now, literally right over 283 and 270. 283 and 270 right now. Dangerous storm continues to be on the ground, crossing over. Looks like a business 270 here. So I'm not sure how major this roadway is, but nonetheless, looks to be a business, maybe farm road up in this region. And there's a tornado, folks. You can continue to see it's right on the road, actually. So if you were driving on the street, it's basically like it's a car. It's on the road right now, coming out of Log Cabin Corner, and going to be off into business 270 there, and heading towards May. So if you, the city of May desperately needs to be in their safe zone. It's heading right to you, right to the city of May and Dunlap. So Dunlap, I mean, you're talking maybe a minute and a half away in the city of May. So you definitely need to take all the necessary precautions, go to the most interior room of your house, possibly get your helmet, get all your family, friends, everybody in the household, including the pets. Grab a flashlight, grab a helmet, grab your phone if you can, and take shelter, folks. Damaging tornado, and on the ground, confirmed on the ground, heading right on the road of 270. Going to be impacting May probably in the next 30 or 45 seconds, folks. All right, so it's continuing. So this is a continued tornado on the ground, confirmed by spotters. Very damaging tornado. So on Business Road 270 is to be on high alert within this region of this continued tornado on the ground. This is northeast of the Perrington region, and like I mentioned, this will be continued east southeastward. Maybe Fort Supply would be in the crosshairs. And if it continues that east southeast trajectory, Woodward, which would obviously be a much bigger city, would be in the zone from this storm. So there's that storm in Perrington there, right on their doorstep now. Probably getting some pretty torrential rains, high winds with that squall line. Yeah, it looks like this squall line might last, 15, 20 minutes or so. But yes, continues to be a tornado on the ground up there coming out of Beaver, coming out of Laverne there, and diving east southeast would be May is in is next in line to get hit from this particular tornado. Thanks everyone for tuning into live coverage. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you follow me on Facebook. Make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Looks like I'm up to about oh wow, I guess I added a couple, yeah, 100. I'm about to hit 178,000 subscribers, so definitely greatly appreciate it. Yeah, I do daily coverage on my YouTube channel, nationwide on a daily basis. And then we got tropical activity coming up too. So there's a 70% probability of storms of a tropical system over the next couple of days. So I'm going to be doing a lot more tropical coverage once things kind of get more active down there in the Caribbean. But that looks to take the name of Brett. But the good thing about that one, that looks to be, even though it's going to get pretty close to the Lesser Antilles in about 5 or 6 days from now. Right now it's Invest 92L. But most ensemble guidance has it going out to sea. So that looks every bit of a fish storm. But there's a lot of precipitation down there in the Caribbean that looks to be fed into Florida. Florida looks to get hit hard with very heavy rain over the next 10 days. Yeah, the ridge is pretty much going to be starting to dominate over Texas. Everything shifts around that ridge. It shifts east yet tomorrow. Northeast, southeast gets hit again. But yeah, there's going to be some weakness, a pocket of cooler air down here in the southeast. So once these storms come over, yeah, areas into Alabama, Georgia, Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida, especially the Florida Panhandle. Pensacola already saw it, and they're going to get crushed over the next 10 days. Very heavy rain, probably expecting flash flood watches galore up down here, and very concerned about a lot of flooding in these regions over the next 10 days with the combination of a very soupy air mass coming out from the Caribbean. And then the ridge kind of taking over the middle of the country. It gets cold out west, and then everything is pushed east. So you got a lot of precipitation just gravitating towards the East Coast, along with tropical juice, not tropical entity type stuff, but very torrential rains, slow moving type stuff, and all the compactness of that tropical feed will be highlighted over a good part of the southeast. So that's an unfortunate thing for if you got plans in Florida, Destin, Pensacola, the Panhandle, back into Macon, Atlanta, Montgomery, into Birmingham, into Savannah. All of Florida really gets crushed with very heavy rain over the next 10 days, and it really starts a couple of days from now. Once the ridge will start taking over Texas, and then everything shifts east, and then it just gets really up and over the ridge. Basically, this area gets dominated with the ridge, and then so storm threat goes up and over the ridge, and then produces and dumps into the southeast, while you've got tropical juice coming in from the Caribbean and just getting hit from all angles and into the southeast. So I didn't want to get off on a tangent there, but I just kind of show you, let you know what may be unfolding elsewhere over the next 10 days or so. But yeah, that's the stuff I kind of talk about on my channel. Just kind of gives you overall dynamics, really start playing things out and what's to come, kind of give you the big picture on things. You know, how things are set up, take you all the way back to the, you know, I've been talking about this El Nino forever. You know, I'm a weather nerd, so I like to put all the puzzles together. I like to match analogs. Like I mentioned, the 2009 analog pretty matches it good. 2012 is in the crosshairs of that. That's also another fairly decent analog with this year. But right now, the 2009 is the most significant analog with this upcoming threat for the summertime. And then it would really be induced El Nino once the things get going into the fall months. And I'm probably really concerned about a lot of flooding as we get into a strong El Nino by the time we hit into the fall months. And especially if this subtropical jet continues to remain active. And then we'll get even I don't want to go out in a tangent there, but just expecting a lot of rain across the southern corridor, the southern branch of the jet stream. Just expecting a copious amounts of rain for the fall months. All right, so let's go back to the storm in Brady. Looks like that tornado was able to subside. It is producing a fairly decent outflow boundary on the back side of that. That's pushing westbound, so that might be renewed energy coming out of that area. If we zoom in closer to the Eastland region, we've got those two fairly significant threats of torrential rains, but also a sign that those cloud tops are rising. The potential for larger hail coming out of that region as things continue to shift east. And then Stephenville would be next in line. So that's obviously getting into the Metroplex territory now, out onto the southwest regions. It can, like right now it is because of the setup with the mid-level jet. El Nino, at least for the southern branch, means just more precipitation, over time. So it got classified, 2 weeks ago? We're only 2 weeks into this El Nino. And, a lot of times these things last for 12 months minimum. So it has to go up before it has to come down. So we're in weak criteria, and then it's expected to go potentially strong criteria, and then it has to come back down. So even if you go up and down, we could be week to week in 12 months from now. So it just basically means different things for different areas where you live. I know it gets pretty complicated, and I don't want to go on to this. I want to concentrate more on severe stuff, but it basically puts the Ohio Valley, those areas across the Midwest, and the dry slot eventually that gets those drying areas, it crosses basically the polar jet becomes a lot less active. The subtropical jet becomes a lot more active. You get the northern branch warmer, southern branch cooler, and then you get more rain opportunities, across the deep south. And it's more prevalent towards the fall. That means we're heading towards El Nino and fall and winter, and then we'll be in El Nino again next spring, probably. So this El Nino is just getting started. Remember, we were in La Nina for 3 years, and we were only in Enzo neutral for 3 months. We only did experience this normal or more average type weather for 3 months, which was we just came out of it, but it only really lasted 2.5 months. So back to the extremes again. All right, so we have that renewed severe thunderstorm watch for or warning, sorry, for Cisco. So now this is moving closer to the Metroplex. It does include southwest of the Cisco region, borderline severe, but that's just obviously the beginning stages of what could grow to a larger supercell as this continues to move eastbound. And then of course Stephenville would be the next one in line. We got that cell by Vernon. Remember that was quarter size. Now we're up to golf ball, right? So that's obviously growing in intensity. That was located over a Lockett. That's a storm that was located over the Lockett region. Some potential golf ball size hail going to be impacting Vernon, Grayback, and Lockett. So Vernon, Grayback, and Lockett region, golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. With that particular supercell. So that's the purple and the blues there. That's indicative that of where the hail core is with this storm. Pretty widespread, growing in intensity. So this is a growing, intensified supercell coming out of the Vernon region. This is northwest of Wichita Falls. And then we have another potential larger hailstone trying to get its act together up here too. Near the town of Frederick, and that's going to be heading towards Lawton. Lawton, Oklahoma. So this is the other side of the border into Oklahoma, and this would be moving eastbound as well. And there's the storm, and getting closer to Woodward now. So we had that confirmed tornado that was on the ground near the slop out region, and that's now not on the ground anymore. So we obviously still have that rotation. But notice we just have pockets of flood warnings, and that's just going to be when we have rain of 2 to 3 inches per hour. That's always a concern with these cells as they move into the evening time frame as we get closer to dark time here. Just now hopping on. Did he answer this yet? Hey Miranda, I'm sorry. Can you type that again? I try to look at the comments, and I'm trying to forecast at the same time. So obviously I missed comments. I can only see about 10 of them at the same time. My local forecast says it will storm by day 10. Just got home now. Oh, by 10 o'clock. Yeah, I'm not sure where you live. I would like a severe weather season, pal. Well, you're pretty far up there. I think what, Wisconsin? Yeah. So, well, I mean, some years you get these ridge riders. If the ridge has to go away up there, I don't know. I don't see it right now. It's still far out. I thought it was going to come to fruition, but you just had weakness in the cap. I mean, I'm saying weakness in the ridge once it got into the Central Plains, and like I said, most of the precipitation fishtails down into the southeast. Yeah, it's getting dark now. Starting to get dark. Starting to get dark in my house. I'm not seeing a mesoscale discussion yet for the Metroplex. We are approaching the 8 o'clock hour. So the SPC will be updating any minute now. So I'll be sharing the update on what their latest thinking, what they think between the now and the next 5 hours. But if we zoom out, we see a lot solid line, right? We got Lawton to Vernon to Wichita Falls to Breckenridge to Eastland to Brownwood to Brady, right? So there's numerous supercells heading east, right? And that's heading right towards the Metroplex from southern Oklahoma down to central Texas. So that's a pretty big area with isolated supercells heading eastbound. So let me put this in motion here. So let me take a little break for a minute or two, and I'll come back and we'll do an update on the SPC and see where we're at here. All right, I'm back. All right, let's see where the tornado warnings are. All right, so Kansas and Oklahoma. So it looks like that storm in Woodward still has that tornado warning attached to it. That was the storm that was producing a tornado earlier, has now lifted back up, but continuing to be radar enhanced. Notice the southern flank of this storm by the Texas Panhandle. That's that backbuilded a lot. It actually did. So that's a pretty significant line that's building southbound of the Perrington region that was not really there before. It was pretty scattered there, but that's significantly enhanced over the last couple of frames. Yeah, that tornado Laverne, we've been watching it. It was confirmed to be on the ground, but now it appears to has been lifted. So at times it's going to probably come up and come down, but right now it appears that it may have lifted at the moment, but nonetheless, definitely a possibility to lower it at any time now. But yeah, so we talked about May. So it went that circulation went right over May, then Fort Supply. So Fort Supply would be next in line from this storm as it continues to move, east southeastward here. Hey GB, what's the time frame, McKinney? Someone probably already asked. Well, we don't have a watch right now on McKinney, so and it you can see where the storms are. It's pretty far pretty far west here. It's going to be a while. 11, 12 o'clock. It's an all nighter, folks. All right, so there's a new Dodge City, Kansas looks like a new potential tornado warning down here and up there in Dodge City, Kansas. Yeah, so the squall line really originated, well, technically it originated in Colorado, around the Denver region, moving east, impacting portions of Kansas. And then that, of course, that goes into the Oklahoma area. And then this is these are just kind of the beginning stages of this just whole mesoscale convective system that's just going to really propagate towards Oklahoma into the evening time frame. Like I mentioned, this wasn't really expected to get going until about 8 o'clock, which is right now about 8 o'clock, right? So everything's kind of playing out as I thought. Everything's still out in West Texas. Everything's still far northwestern Oklahoma. So this is that same cell that I talked about. It's going to continue east southeast, and then eventually fishtail down and be towards, maybe the Paris area by 4 o'clock in the morning, right? I mean that's that's the beginnings of round 2 that I talked about. Hey, storm south of Vernon is currently outflow dominant, and if it cycles, the structure looks pretty good. Hey, Clayton, thanks, buddy. Thanks for coming on to the live feed here. All right, so let's go back to the storm in Vernon. Let me kind of zoom in here. Yeah, that hell core is pretty prevalent with that one. That's continued to be has upscale growth to it. It's got some 2-inch hail producing potentials up there near the Lockett region. So that one's also moving eastbound. Vernon, Grayback, and Lockett are in the zone from that particular storm. Electra would also be in line as well. So we're still talking west of the Wichita Falls. But yeah, outflow dominant. This you can actually see the outflow coming out of the south side of there. And that might produce new activity. Let's see if we got the update here. All right, so it looks like we might have the update. So let's go back to the Storm Prediction Center and see what their latest thinking is. Let's see, is that the update? No, I don't think it's not out yet. It's delayed. They're thinking. It's delayed, folks. We'll come back. We'll come back. It's supposed to be 8 o'clock, but no, it doesn't look like that's the latest. That's the latest one. So we'll let them continue to. Obviously, they got a lot to think about. It's not a certainty. There's obviously there probably a lot of uncertainties there on what they're gonna do next, since it is late. All right, so let's go back to real time activity. Here's the storm over Breckenridge now. So that storm has continued to move eastbound. So now Breckenridge is in the action. So this is moving east at 55 miles an hour. So it's got some pretty good wheels on it. Ibex, that was located near the city of Ibex, moving east at 9 miles east of the Albany region. 65-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail. And because of the movement, look how big the severe thunderstorm warning is. That does include all the way up to Grayford and Strawn, Gordon, and it's near the Mineral Wells region. So, and that expires in the next 50 minutes or so. So you can see the trajectory. This continues to move further off to the east and picking up speed too. So let me shut my blinds. Looks like it's completely dark out now. All right, let's go back to all right, scattered strong to severe thunderstorms moving into Highway 281. I was trying to see if the National Weather Service sent out any other weather balloon out there or anything. I'm not seeing it. But it's taking its sweet time, and of course, it's just making a longer evening. But again, weather has its own timestamp. It's going to happen when it happens. All right, so yeah, Lawton. So Lawton's in the crosshairs. Remember, Lawton just the other night had 4-inch hailstones in Lawton. That's in Oklahoma. So they're going to get hit with another supercell that's gaining in intensity up in the Lawton region. Hey, which one of these storms produced the tornado in May? I don't know. Hey, Snowies. Hey, pal, ever do live Q&A sessions? Feel like I'd learn a lot. Yeah, I could do that. We could do like questions and answers. I'm game for that. I always like to hear your questions. And if you want to shoot off a couple of them now, I mean, yeah, feel free to put it in the comments. Hey, is this still projected to hit DFW? Just joining. Yeah. So everything's moving east, folks. Yeah, everything's moving eastbound. Yeah, storms move west to east, and this is continuing eastbound. It's west of Fort Worth. West of Fort Worth now. If we put the the Fort Worth radar on, you can see the better scan there. So it's essentially within, within this north central Texas zone now, which is kind of highlighted with that bubble, that circle there, that little circle. So yeah, storms have reached essentially that zone there. So it's getting picked up by the Fort Worth radar. But yeah, these storms up here in Oklahoma looks like to be gaining in intensity in itself. Hey, what time will it hit Dallas? I'm flying in, trying to. This is Radar Omega. Well, I mean, it's probably a couple hours. I mean, there's a lot of activity happening over, Oklahoma and Kansas. You might be delayed from, connecting flights and stuff, but we're currently not under a watch in the Metroplex as of right now. I'm just waiting for the SBC update. I'm not sure what's the holdup here. I'm not seeing. No, they're late. They're way late. It's 8:15. It's not out. It's not out. So I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's Saturday night, folks, and there's a lot of active weather, so they might be short staffed. I mean, there's everybody's doing the best as possible when you got severe weather on a Saturday night. All right, so we got, like I said, continued activity out west. Several supercells. We've already seen several tornadoes confirmed. We just look at some of these 24-hour storm reports here. I know I counted probably at least 4 tornadoes confirmed on the ground so far tonight. All right, so the official reports so far have 6 tornado reports so far. Colorado, 2 in Alabama, 3 in Texas. Yeah, these are just very, very preliminary. We had some tennis ball size hail in Alabama, tennis ball size hail in Green, Mississippi, 3-inch hail confirmed in Beaver. Yeah, 2 reports of 3-inch hail in Beaver. These are just what's been cited from a storm spotter. This is what's been actually, a visual sight. 69 mile per hour wind gust, and I'm just looking at some of these storm reports. Haskell, let's see, Haskell, Kansas, Oklahoma, 70 mile per hour wind gusts in Texas. Yeah, just very, very preliminary right now. All right, let's go back to live stuff. Hey, David, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Thanks for watching live coverage. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button. Appreciate all the followers out there. Yeah, hit the subscribe button. Subscribe to me on YouTube if you hadn't already. We're just waiting for the last update from the Storm Prediction Center. They are late. They are late. And I don't see a mesoscale discussion yet for the Metroplex either. Usually they do another one at 8 o'clock. I am just not seeing it. And then the next one's at 1 a.m. So Yeah, as of right now, it's just not there. Like I mentioned from the start of this, we have a very active night. It's a multi-state event, so it's from Colorado, from Kansas to Oklahoma to Texas to Arkansas to Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama to Florida. I mean, it's a high impact event across multiple states. You got National Weather Service offices doing the best they can. It is a Saturday night. I mean, typically you probably have a leaner staff on a Saturday night than you would on a Monday through Friday, just for obvious reasons. It is a weekend, so it's an unfortunate situation when you have a high impact multi state event, and you got massive severe weather across many areas. And think about it. They got to be there. They got to put out these warnings. They got to put out the watches. They got to get out the forecast, just like what we're doing, just what I'm doing here. So, and it takes manpower and it takes time. It takes and they're probably short staffed. I would guesstimate there's and so just obviously everybody's doing the best they can to give you more the best advance notices as they can. All right, so we still got that storm in May that still continues to be a pretty significant supercell up there. Yeah, pretty nasty cell. This has had a history of producing a tornado with some serious, golf ball. I think it was even grapefruit size hail at one point, but that hail core has been pretty holding its own, and it's gone from on the ground to lifting up off the ground to on the ground again. So we've been following this storm since west of Laverne here. Yeah, there's a storm in Perrington now. It's actually probably taking a little bit longer than I thought it was going to cross over Perrington, because it really started elevated on the south side in what I refer to as back building. So this one's back building to the south side and kind of elongated to the southwest. Borger, Pampa, Canadian, seeing more activity down up there. On the radar, what's the speckled white? Oh, just shooting away from the beam. That's just the beginning stages of just enhancement, just mist, water vapor. Everything's moving, away from the radar. Yeah, it's like very, very light virga, light precipitation. Come on. Might have clicked too many times here. Have they put the storm out yet? I mean, surely they're going to update. Or they're just going to bypass it. So weird. It's just not there. I'm just trying to get an update on their latest thinking, but it's not there yet. It's 22 minutes late. Okay, so it looks like we do have a mesoscale discussion. Southern Oklahoma and the northern branches of North Texas. So I remember I talked about the northern flank would be less prone to capping inversion. So this is a confirmation of that. So we're getting, let's see, new watch likely issued. Okay, so it appears to be, again, my thinking is starting to get confirmed here. West Texas, western counties and northern counties were going to be feeling the brunt, and it looks to be this mesoscale discussion. Okay, right here. This is just something they're watching. So I talked about west and north. So this is exactly, I mean, again, don't take these lines verbatim, but this was my thinking going into this system, that we would have a little bit tighter capping inversion over the metroplex. And these are just mesoscale discussions where the most active weather would be western areas, and then the northern flank, northern counties. These aren't active severe watches. These are just something they're watching for more, induced activity. But it still falls within what I'm thinking. You had a less probability with a higher capping inversion within the heart of the metroplex, and a less probability, lighter capping inversion, western areas and northern areas of the metroplex. And this is the latest update from that. So we'll be watching these watches. It doesn't mean they'll be issued. When they're issued, they'll take these exact same lines. These are just something they're watching at 3Z, which would be the 9-10 o'clock time frame. And of course, that puts it more in line with that mesoscale the convective complex with the round 2 scenario. So, all right, so let me take this one off, because the first watch expires at 10 o'clock. All right, let's go back to the watches and get you up to date here. A lot of you probably just now kind of tuning in. So this is the current severe thunderstorm watch that is currently right now, that goes on until 10 o'clock. This is the initial line of where the activity is currently right now. And then further north of there, this is a tornado watch where it's a little bit more active to see a tornado, which we have seen. And then even further north than that, then goes into Kansas, and you have a severe thunderstorm watch. So here's the southern flank of this storm that has the continued severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock. And we're just watching to see if this gets extended or just gets extended further north. So the SBC would be helpful, but we don't have that right now. But this was put out at 8:17. This was put out 10 minutes ago from the mesoscale discussion on the northern flank of this, the northern counties of the metroplex. All right, so let me take these watches back off. All right, this is the right buttons. All right. I mean, interesting questions. New severe thunderstorm watch is out for central Oklahoma, and the new convective outlook is out now. Oh, okay. So, all right, Clayton, that's great. So let's go back. We've been waiting. All right, let's start with the hell core. Well, maybe it's not updated yet. I don't want to get too fast. Sometimes it takes a couple of minutes for the software to hit. Okay, yeah, 5 minutes ago. Let's see, is that it? 2:56. That's not it yet. Okay, I just gotta be more patient. It's updating, folks. It's not there yet. It'll be there. All right. Hey, Garrett, is McKinney and Melissa going to get severe thunder tonight? We're going to need some sleep. It's just going to be a long night. It's going to be a long night. Not a drop in South Denton. No, it's not anywhere close to Denton right now. What about Dallas city limits? What about Blue Ridge? Yeah, Blue Ridge is pretty far east. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before Blue Ridge gets hit. It just goes into the evening, folks. It's a long night. It's 8 o'clock. Looks leaning towards more of an overnight event now. Hey, I was ready to get this thing over with and move through the Metroplex at 7, 8 o'clock and move on. And I could get again. The weather doesn't. It does, sometimes it doesn't cooperate like you want it to. And so it has its own timetable. So if it's delayed, it's delayed. If it's going to be pushed back and go into the overnight, that's what it is. The weather happens when it happens, and um, all right, but we can definitely see feeder bands coming into coming into Tarrant County. We got the outflow from these storms. Like I said, member coming in, we did have a capping inversion over the Metroplex. We talked about that. Western areas west of the Metroplex and north of the Metroplex was going to be the most favorite areas to seeing higher impact storms. If the cap held over the Metroplex, then you'd probably would just see some elevated storms and not too bad of a storm. So you know, the thinking's still the same. The thinking's still the same. Higher activity west of the Metroplex, western areas of the Metroplex and northern areas of the Metroplex having the most high impacted storms. Mm. Threat damaging. All right. So, yes, that is a new severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. Is that there yet? 2:56. Oh my gosh. It's driving me crazy. It's not there yet, folks. It's a little frustrating tonight. Everything's off timing. All right, so let's go back to the actual watch. Well, first of all, let's go back to this tornadoes. Let's go back to real time activity. So we have an active tornado warning up there in portions of Oklahoma. So this is northeastern Cotton County and southwestern Oklahoma. This was at 8:32, developing a supercell that was a developing storm that was capable of producing a tornado coming out of the town of Cookie Town, moving east at 40 miles an hour with some ping pong size hail with it. So this is where they actually included the new watch. I think this is the new severe thunderstorm watch, if I'm not mistaken, that they just added. Okay, so yeah, this is the extension of this watch. So Yeah. Okay. So this is the tail end of that watch right here. It's the new severe thunderstorm, or I'm sorry, new tornado warning, heading coming out of Walters, heading towards the Temple region, developing a potential supercell that has a potential tornado to it. Heading eastbound. This is right on the border of the Texas border. This is north of Wichita Falls and south of Lawton. So it looks to be right on the other side of the border of Oklahoma. Would be south of Duncan, and it's in line towards Ardmore. Alerts, alerts, alerts. Okay, I gotta stay hydrated. You got to realize I'm pretty tired, folks. I mean, this is 7 days a week. This has been really taxing on me as this continues to be day after day and forecasting this stuff. But yes, I am ready for a break just as much as you are. Yeah, it was just last weekend. We had my son's graduation party here at the house. We were supposed to get storms that night. Those never came to fruition, which I'm glad they didn't. But still, even those storms that doesn't come to fruition, you're still like literally glued to the data and waiting for stuff to pop. Even though when stuff didn't happen, you're still on, you know. And then, of course, the next night, Armageddon happened and it all broke loose. So it's just like, it's been crazy. That was Sunday. You're talking that was Sunday. Then we had to hit Thursday and then tonight, Saturday. So that's 3 nights just within the last week and the last 7 days. High impact events like this. Yeah, it's just, okay, so we still have the active tornado warning happening. Look at all those deep purples up there. Some pretty intense squall line coming through. Yeah, and again, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a flood warning out of this too. I mean, these are just very intense rains, folks. I mean, look at all that deep purple in that region. This is what I talk about as training convective complex. This is how you get flash flooding, rapid flash flooding. So on top of the tornado warning, significant winds come out of this system. It just crazy amounts of rain coming out of that storm could easily produce flash flooding out of that system. Is Sherman going to get a tornado warning? Well, it's no. Right now we're seeing they're not even under a watch. So, and we're still ways away from Sherman. But we are watching activity. So we again, so we got the outflow from these systems. These are just showers, highlighting over the Sanger region, Valley View region. So this is feeding into the closer to the metroplex here. These aren't severe. So we'll just watch. You have to basically watch for anything like this to become a little bit more elevated, then possibly come more, see if they are able to break through the cap. But either way, we have renewed activity heading towards the metroplex now. So we're watching this. But you can see the storms subsiding, right? So at first glance at this, it feels like to me that the cap is is still fairly strong, right? I mean, we're getting a mesoscale discussion down here. That's one less step than the actual severe thunderstorm warning. So that's not even severe. So notice the severe threat. We had very significant supercells, light up um, just west of the metroplex, and now it's getting closer into the metroplex, and they're getting squashed down. Right, we're watching the effects of that potential capping inversion over the metroplex that we kind of talked about before this event, and it's holding true, right? I mean, we're watching this um, kind of become a little bit more tame here. All right, so let's go back to the thinking here of this the latest update from. Okay, now we're in business. All right, okay, so here's the latest update. So this is the latest update from the National um, the Storm Prediction Center. So they just went ahead and kept the enhanced risk for pretty much the entire Metroplex and Oklahoma and into East Texas. So that looks like to be that does not change from the 3 o'clock time frame. That didn't change. And so the wind risk is still pretty prevalent over the entire. Remember, the wind risk was always the most highest impact risk for a good part of Oklahoma, West Texas, North Texas, East Texas, into Arkansas. That was the highest probability. So this again continues to keep the massive red area under the highest prone winds across those regions. So it looks like that really hasn't changed. I mean, so far it's showing me there's not much change, at least in the latest Storm Prediction Center, because it appears even the 30% of hail didn't change either. So that seemed like it didn't change. And then here's the tornado front. And again, same kind of thinking. Obviously, they shifted it a little bit further off to the east here. So they did include the 2% potential tornado risk, include more of Denton and Collin County and points of Sherman and Durant, more closer into the metroplex. So that's shifted. Obviously, that has shifted a little bit as the storm has shifted. But what we're seeing actually real time is, to me, on a visual perspective, it looks like there's a stronger cap down in to the metroplex. And that, at least right now, that is inhibiting storm growth. So what's happening is we're trying storms are trying to elevate and maybe penetrate the boundary layer, which is typically about 5,000 feet, and then maybe turn severe. So right now they seem to be more on the elevated front. So we're just going to watch real time activity. And again, where the cap is not as prone, which is where the mesoscale discussion lied as well. And let me show you that one. So this is where the next potential watch could be, is within the blue shaded area, and it could be a little bit further south. These are just preliminary if they have not issued it yet, but from the mesoscale discussions, it's feeling the effects of the capping inversion with the heart of the metroplex, continued western strength, but this one would expire at 10 o'clock. So we'll just have to watch if anything maybe is able to penetrate the boundary layer into the metroplex, and then further north. Then if they're going to go ahead and introduce this new watch here, and obviously this stuff is severe because we have an active tornado warning currently right now into the just south of the Duncan region, and out towards Wichita Falls. Hey, Matthew, sounds like a lot. Just joined when. Hey, Amy, how's it going? When in Collin County? Yeah, again, we're just watching. There's no watch currently for the Metroplex. There's not a severe watch currently for the Metroplex. There might be a more of a capping inversion over the Metroplex is kind of inhibiting storm activity right now. But we're watching the beginning stages of this, the outflow bounds, moving out from West Texas. All right, let's go back to the storm in Brady, because remember the Brady stuff, that's moving southeast. That's actually not even moving towards the Metroplex. It's the splitters that we were more concerned about. And these ones that actually were severe have actually become more of a mesoscale discussion. So again, that just tells me this cap is fairly strong. I mean, it's that just tells me it's hitting this air mass and it's squashing the activity, and it's not able to, continue upscale growth. All right, so we have that storm near Electra that is moving 5 miles south of the Electra region, and that's also moving eastbound. That'll be traversing across the northern counties. All right, so let's take the mesoscale discussion off. I'll tell you what we do. Let's look at some of the. Did I take that off? Sorry. All right, let's look at some of the short range guidance and see where we're at here. I think the important nightly run has ran. So the 12Z, let me see how far in we are. All right, looks like the 12Z is running now. So let me let it complete its course here. All right, so what we're going to look at is the latest high resolution guidance. I mean, again, you can't really take this verbatim, but just this kind of gives you an idea of where the latest thinking is based on the latest run. Usually the 0Z is a pretty good guidance, right? So this is the brand new fresh run. It actually incorporates 48 hours worth. So it's a pretty good telltale sign. You can't take it verbatim, but it's lining up. What we talked about is this mesoscale convective complex, this pretty nasty wall of wind. It's a very high impact storm coming out of Oklahoma. What we're looking at is future radar. This is the potential of what the radar may look like at a certain period of time. It's just guidance, right? It's nothing can take it verbatim. We've seen real time activity. We're just trying to see, okay, well, what does the model say, kind of going forward on an hour by hour basis of what may be to come. So this is 9 o'clock, and that would be closer to 10 o'clock time frame. So that's what is that? So that's closer to 10 o'clock. That is 10 o'clock. So we still have that convective complex moving just north of the Durant region. Maybe some isolated stuff. This down here in Dallas does not look severe at the 10 o'clock time frame. And then so let's move through. So it appears, okay, so on the surface, like I mentioned, it looks like there's a capping inversion over the Metroplex, which is what we talked about. And then the northern flank is the more susceptible. So the Oklahoma stuff stays in line. and then you get round two. So that's 3 o'clock in the morning. So uh, just based on the latest high resolution guidance, I mean, and regardless, we saw the latest storm prediction center, right? I mean, they kept the enhanced risk, they kept the very large hail risk, they kept the tornado thing, all that, right? But that's just guidance, right? This is the high resolution guidance, and what we know is there already was a cap over the metroplex. We do know that, and we've seen real time activity being squashed as soon as it hits that air mast within closer to the metroplex. And now we're getting more confirmation from short range guidance that that cap is real over the metroplex. And so now we're looking at 3 o'clock in the morning, and this is what we were talking about with round two of that mesoscale convective complex coming in from Oklahoma into far northwest, far northeast Texas. Well, we highlighted Sherman, right? We talked about Sherman. This is again, this would be round two potentially, and then points northeastward. There's 5 o'clock in the morning. There's 6 o'clock in the morning. There's 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, you can't take this verbatim. This would be the mesoscale convective system that would be coming out of Oklahoma, maybe over Collin County. Remember, we talked about Sherman, McKinney, Greenville, Winsboro, Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, and then northeastbound. That was at 4 o'clock when we did the live outside. And then so this is the latest guidance. This is 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning, hitting East Texas. This would be a high impact event on wind, right? So this would be very intense winds and coming through East Texas. And of course, this is the last thing East Texas needs is very high winds over Mount Pleasant, Texarkana, into East Texas. And there you go. And then it runs through tomorrow. Okay, so there you go. But there, all right, so let's go back. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. Okay, so there's a reason why there's no there's no Wisconsin. Okay, so this is the latest high resolution guidance at 9 o'clock. That's just updating. So we know real time activity. Those storms are kind of being squashed down out in West Texas as they approach the metroplex, because we already knew there was a little bit of a capping version over the heart of the metroplex. Weakness West Texas, weakness and northern periphery, and so we're looking at the high resolution guidance and we're watching it come through. And we'll go back to real time, but it looks to me that based on what I'm looking at is the cap would likely hold for the metroplex, or at least the heart of the metroplex, and then the northern periphery of the metroplex is still into play with the expected weakening capping inversion. And so it seems like the West Texas stuff, and unless it turns around, which I'm just, again, we have to go back to real time activity. So you can't base it off of what the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. They still have that enhanced risk. They still have the large hail. They still have the wind, right? That hasn't changed, but the real time activity and the high resolution guidance is not matching up with that, right? So we're gonna take what we know based on the atmosphere with what we have, and we see on a visual perspective that that the cap is holding fairly strong over the heart of the metroplex. All right, so let's go back to real time activity. So this is real time activity. So we had the storm and Brady kind of getting squashed, right? So it's getting squashed. All right, so lightning detected 10, 12 miles away. Again, you might have lightning, so it's not out of the question. So what we're looking at here, guys, is it's probably not out of the question. is what we're looking at is probably elevated storms. Okay. So elevated storms that are forming on top of the boundary layer. These aren't typically surface based, they typically don't really get that far out of hand. Um, but they can produce some hail, so that's not out of the question. You can have elevated storms, even elevated nature can produce golf ball size hail, without being surface based. So that's not out of the question. All right, so just because you don't have a severe thunderstorm watch over the metroplex, with the dynamics in play, you still could get some elevated storms that could get out of hand, and still could be some pretty strong wind producers as well. So lightning strikes is always an indicative of a developing storm that's intensifying. So if we look at this and see the outer flank of this, we see these yellows. Yeah, obviously yellow is a little bit more convective banding. So obviously it's hitting that air mass. The air mass is pretty prime, right? Even though there is a cap, there's a fight going on. So there's a fight going on in the atmosphere, just like when with these updrafts and the hailstone. And so right now it's the battle zone. And so these are trying to rise in intensity, and but they're likely forming on top of the boundary layer, which is basically above 5,000 feet up in the atmosphere. And those still could be some elevated storms that could produce heavy rain and even some larger hail with it. That's not out of the question. So those typically wouldn't produce like massive hail, like tennis ball or baseball type hail, but there's definitely on elevated cases could produce even upwards to ping pong size hail. I've seen it on an elevated basis with that type of scenario. So um, I think that's what's unfolding here, as we speak. I'm just talking about the heart of the metroplex scenario. On the northern periphery, obviously, we've got on a visual perspective that much weaker capping inversion. These are a lot more surface based. These could rotate. These could be bigger time hell producers as they move across, right? I mean, so those I don't think aren't changing. So within the heart of the metroplex, essentially from just obviously going into the heart of the metroplex, we'll have to watch these storms, and again we're down to real time activity. Yeah, thunder and lightning in Anna right now. Yeah, I'm getting confirmations on my Tempest. I got lightning strikes 12 miles away. So obviously, lightning is a form of a convective complex that is trying to gain an intensity. I don't see anything out from the National Weather Service. I don't see any tweets, or I don't see any tweets from them lately. They posted 18 minutes ago, storms north Texas are presently below severe limits. For those in their path, enjoy the rain that is currently free of baseball size hail for once. Additional severe thunderstorms are approaching the Red River, but they didn't like give a reason why. An hour ago, scattered storms. That was an hour ago. Um, how's it going, folks? Hey, I'm just trying to give you the best forecast possible, estimates of what I personally see. Dew point 75, temperature 90, 100, heat index is 100. Um, yeah, the atmosphere is always tricky, folks. There's no two ways about it. But we did talk about it the 4 p.m. live. If you tuned into that, we talked about the cap over the Metroplex. That was evident. And we talked about the western areas being more prone to the most severe, and the northern areas being more prone to severe. That is playing out for sure. Let's see what Steve McCulley says. Storms are running about an hour behind their predicted schedule, but strong to severe thunderstorms continue to march to the east, bringing heavy rain with pea to golf ball size hail. But so far, no reports of damaging winds. We've had 3 tornadoes reported, touchdowns in Stonewall, Fisher counties north of Abilene. And we are watching the supercell thunderstorms approaching Wichita Falls very closely that are showing no signs of any significant spin. Interesting, all the very large hail, egg size, to tennis ball, to baseball, to hockey pucks have been in Oklahoma, where the cap is altogether absent, which was expected. As a closer to the central Texas of North Texas, they should consider weaken considerably, which is what we're seeing, with any leftover hail sizes dropping below severe limits. And because they are moving into our late hour and moving into a okay, sorry. And because they are moving in a hour late with a cap that continues to strengthen, which is evident, we've seen that real time, over other severe weather threats will be lowered as well, but perhaps not entirely to zero. The storms may not totally collapse before they get to bring at least some rain before they fade away. You folks along the Red River, however, need to pay attention to the storms moving through your area since the cap is the weakest. So again, this is even confirmation. I of course probably Steve McCulley, the guy's he's phenomenal, right? He's a phenomenal guy. I followed him way back since the Amarillo days. Yeah, same deal, same confirmation. The cap is holding fairly strong, especially with the delayedness, because again, it's all about timing. Weather's all about timing. Ideally, from the National Weather Service, they were supposed to be entering the Metroplex about 7 o'clock. It's already 9, right? So they're well past an hour delayed. And it's timing, folks. If you don't hit that capping inversion at the right time, then it puts the higher cap over the Metroplex. So then it hit, and we've seen it squash, right? I mean, you saw it real time that it just basically squashed like a pancake. We're not even seeing any severe storms across West Texas into the Metroplex now. So it's basically hitting that capping inversion. And of course, he's confirmed he even got stronger. So now it's to the point where it's not totally collapsed. It's not 100% that, hey, we're not going to get, any severe stuff, but it's gone drastically down. Right. And so, the stuff in West Texas that we had numerous supercells, they were lit up just about 45 minutes ago, has basically hit a brick wall over the Metroplex, which was that cap. And so now the prone areas will have to watch for elevated stuff, and that's why it's not zero. The threat is not zero. You still could get some larger hail onto the quarter, maybe up to golf ball. It's not out of the question with elevated storms that form on top of the boundary layer, which is basically on top of the cap, and those would fall to the surface. So it's not a guarantee. It's just that could still happen. That's why it's not zero. But where the cap is the weakest and where it is more prone is further north, right? Is further north into the of course the Red River, and where we're seeing this activity right now into Duncan, into Wichita Falls. Hey, getting some lightning now. Hey, Monique, lightning behind my house at Coyton First. Squashed. That's a good way to put it. I always like squash like a pancake, which is basically what happens. It flattens out like a pancake. So if you actually watch it real time, watching that thunderstorm try to erupt, and it hits that boundary layer and it just squashes out like a pancake, and it kind of elongates and then it flattens. That's exactly what happens. I mean, we had numerous supercells. In fact, that they were lit up across West Texas, and then it just got lower and lower, and then all of a sudden, boom! We don't even have a severe thunderstorm warning anymore. Remember, we had, and that's going to take a strong cap, folks. I mean, remember we had that 64,000 foot cloud top out there in Brady and Brownwood. That tells me that cap was pretty strong, folks. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the cap is a good your best friend, right? I mean, if there's no cap, there's nothing to stop these things. But that's why it's always tricky to forecast these things. And a lot of times it comes down to like real time data, real time information, and timing is everything with these things. Even an hour delay is crucial. Everything's got to come together just perfectly. The forecast did play out west of the Metroplex, highest probability, north of the Metroplex, highest probability. That is still the case. Okay. The good thing about it is the cap was even stronger. It got delayed an hour later. And therefore, we're not going to get hardly anything, even though, yes, you're looking at it saying, hey, there's still an enhanced risk. There's still a very large hail risk from the SPC. That's just not going to happen. Even though it's there, doesn't mean anything. That's not going to happen at this point. So, um, hey, that's great, right? And so now, really, our things turn to what's happening to the north, and then it becomes just kind of an all night setup. Right. So let's go to Oklahoma because there's no cap there, folks. I mean, if you go further north, there is no cap, and there was never expected to be a cap in Oklahoma, and that's why we had upwards to potentially 90-mile-per-hour winds in Oklahoma because there was no cap, right? And so you had weakness further south. That was pretty evident. Remember, we got a strong ridge coming in from Mexico. We've been talking about this strong ridge. So the ridge is finally winning. And what I mean by that is you take your pick, right? I mean, there's no two ways about it. But you either get the heat and the severe storms with the massive hail and stuff, or you just get the heat and the crazy heat index. So the moral of the story is the cap is holding strong over the Metroplex. The ridge is winning out. The cap inversion, the heat's building. Everything fishtails north and to the east of the Metroplex, East Texas, going into the overnight, even into tomorrow morning. The ridge is going to continue to intensify for the heart of the Metroplex. Dangerous heat levels. The actual real time temperature is going to be like 95, 98, but heat index with crazy high humidity, 78 dew point, we're talking 105, 110, approaching 115, dangerous heat indices, dangerous excessive heat warnings, really all week long. I mean, as the cap continues to build over Texas, it's just going to day by day eliminate anything that gets even close to that. So tomorrow is as the last day you could probably see rainfall for, and it might be a while, right? I mean, it might be a while as the ridge will really start to dominate over Texas and eventually overcome Oklahoma too, and eventually over Arkansas. And that's why I was saying the Southeast is going to be put more into play with big time rain producers. So but don't let your guard down tonight for the Oklahoma stuff. I mean, we still got intense storms in and around Oklahoma. They're going to be big time wind producers. Remember, there's no cap up here, so we're going to have some isolated flash flooding, and we're going to have some. We've already seen several tornadoes, confirmed 3 in Texas, and there's 7 more in Oklahoma. So that's 5 or 6 tornadoes, on the ground confirmed already that we've seen, right? We've seen some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts come out of Oklahoma, and we've seen several, flood warnings as well. But yeah, if you live in the northern tier, I mean, if you live in Sherman, Fannin County, Paris, Clarksville, New Boston, Texarkana, Sherman, Denison, Gainesville, I would say McKinney, Greenville, Comanche, Commerce, Leonard. I think all those areas are still going to get hit into the overnight hours with that secondary complex. If not, these initial storms are going to be moving eastbound. So these northern interiors, the southern flank of this storm is going to be elongated on this side. So this this next complex of storms is going to continue eastbound, and eventually probably eastbound hit, Bowie, Valley View, maybe Sanger, maybe Gainesville. I mean, it's going to kind of traverse this course. Maybe Anna, maybe Leonard, but especially Sherman, Denison, Colbert, Durant. All those areas are definitely more into play from this activity. And then again, the renewed activity would be this mesoscale complex that is going to dive east southeastward into the wee hours of the morning. Would be renewed activity that's heading into East Texas, and the 6, 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning. Yeah, so the reason why there was never a severe thunderstorm watch for the Metroplex is because of the strong capping inversion over the Metroplex. And if you're just now tuning in, that's not happening, folks. The cap won, and that scenario is done. Right, we might still see some elevated showers and activity, light rain, but for the most part, you're probably not expecting any type of serious, big time, severe stuff that you have to be like greatly concerned about. Where we do have to be a little bit more concerned about still is across our northern tier of state, northern sections, and especially obviously Oklahoma, where they still have some pretty intense, supercells, even with some 2-inch hail coming out of that system in Wichita Falls. So these cells are still significant. They're still fairly significant storms, and there still could be a severe thunderstorm watch issued for these northern sections. You said Sherman is going to get severe. Yes. Yeah. I mean, Sherman's still going to get hit with this first round. I mean, you're still going to get hit with this first round, and then you're still going to get hit from this likely second round in the wee hours of the morning. So you might actually have two different severe thunderstorm watches. I mean, but between now and the next 12 hours. Yeah, thundering in Anna. Yeah, I mean, even this activity too. Again, you're starting to see the darker yellows here, and you're starting to see in Tioga, Pilot Point. You're probably getting some light to moderate rain now. The atmosphere is definitely overturning. There's no question. I didn't say it's not not going to rain. You still could get some rain out of this deal. I'm just talking about the most concerning part is just the big time severe stuff that has subsided. If you're basically from, I don't know, it's hard to say, 380 southbound, you know. Hey, pal. Hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. Yeah, so that's real time activity, folks. Yeah, so we're just watching this. Yeah, just watching these storms move in, of course, from Oklahoma and moving across into from West Texas. Looks like we have that one storm towards Brownwood has now turned severe again, out southwest of the Metroplex. This one's moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. Central Brown County and West Central Texas. Hey, does anybody live in Anna or Gunner? Or can you confirm that it's actually raining up there? I mean, if you live, if you live up there, I don't know, say that said the Gunner region or Tioga, Pilot Point, Collinsville, Gunner. It's lightning and a little thunder and it sprinkles right now. No rain in Anna. I was just curious because some of this actually might not even be hitting the surface yet. Have that big thunder surround there. We are in Anna right now. Rain, thundering, and lightning and power flickering. Okay, appreciate it. Thanks for the confirmation. All right, so if we zoom in here, Van Alstyne, Westminster, Gunner, Elmview, Tioga. And if we put the frame here, I mean, these are actually picking up in intensity a little bit. Okay, so we have renewed growth here too across the Red River. This is just actually renewed growth coming in off of Lake Texoma. Yeah, so if you're just kind of tuning in, remember the northern sections, this is where the cap is weaker. And this activity that's coming into this could actually help weaken this cap even further. So just now we're down to just real time activity, folks. This is what they call nowcasting. This is why we do live coverage, because a lot of times it does come down to nowcasting because the weather is so complicated. There's so many moving pieces of the puzzle. All right, so it looks like we've had golf ball size hail coming out of that system out of Wichita. We've had Wichita County there. That is near the Wichita Falls region. So that's been confirmed by spotters to be golf ball size hail on the ground from that particular storm. That looks to be continuing eastbound. What is that moving? 40 miles an hour? 30. So it's moving 30 miles an hour, but it looks to be traversing right along Highway 82 there. So right along Highway 82. Hey, good night, Snowies. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate your help. Hey, have lots of lightning here looking north. Yeah, so you're watching that from McKinney, seeing that convective complex, and Gunner and Anna and back in Collinsville. Renewed activity. You see what happens when you have a weak cap. I mean, it don't take much, right? So that's bam. The atmosphere is just kind of turned over big time towards Durant, Colbert. This is where they have a known weaker cap, right? So this is an area right in this zone, and this is exactly where the National Weather Service was looking at adding a severe thunderstorm watch too. So they have not issued that yet, but if this kind of just keeps going on this trajectory as quick as it is, that watch is going to be issued pretty soon. In fact, let me put this one on here. Maybe they already have. It looks like they actually already have. So they did, in fact, issue that severe thunderstorm watch. So yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm watch for southern Kansas, central and eastern Oklahoma until 2 o'clock in the morning for some potential 80, 90 mile per hour wind gust and some hail up to 3 inches in diameter. It looks to include, this watch does look to include just the southern flanks of Thackerville, Colbert, Durant. It looks to include these regions. The western zone does include Jacksboro, Henrietta. So that's a new watch they just, in fact, issued that does include eastern Oklahoma and just right on the border of the Red River. But literally, I mean, just because you are not or just outside the watch, it does not mean you might not get severe weather. I mean, it's don't take this. I mean, they're not that good. No one's really that good. I mean, these are just guesstimates by the the great people at the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service to put the best thinking, just like what we're talking about here with the cap, right? I mean, so this just gives you an exact. It doesn't mean you might not get a severe storm in Sherman, even though you're not in the watch, right? So that just I'm just trying to tell you, this whole area is kind of coming together um, at a little bit more convective complex that is that's coming north of Anna and into the Howell region. Tom Bean, I know Tom Bean got hit hard the other night, very high winds. Um, a lot of power poles down up there in that region. Tioga, Pilot Point. But the main severe stuff is still out west with that activity coming out of Wichita Falls. But it does appear it's lost some of its purples, which is always an indicative of it lowering in intensity. It's not strengthening; it looks to be lowering. From at least that particular cell is. Um, so what we're trying to see is just renewed growth. Where the cap might be the strongest is it's heading towards Henrietta because this storm is weakening, but this activity, towards Durant is rapidly overturning. Right, it's not taking much of anything to overturn the atmosphere here. So this is rapidly changing in a big way up here towards Colbert and Durant region. So it's interesting how this is working here. So we're seeing some sort of weakness, and then some sort of weakness in the cap here, and a little bit more maybe a stronger cap out towards Wichita Falls. Always tricky. All right, let's take that watch off. All right, again, so the storms out in the closer in the metroplex continue to be, fairly squashed. There's nothing really kind of happening or showing any signs of strengthening. I don't really see, you don't see any yellows, right? You definitely don't see any purples or anything like that. These are just Virga on radar, or just very, very light mist or light rain. All right, so we're starting to get some lightning strikes too with this convective complex towards the Red River too. So again, continued signs of strengthening right here, right along the Red River here. And this storm right here is moving a little bit further off east southeast. So this one alone has moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. It's got some $half size hail and some pretty significant winds that can do some considerable tree damage, some wind damage to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. With this particular storms that's heading towards maybe the Ringling area, and next in line would be Marietta and Thackerville. So Marietta and Thackerville. Hey, Stormy, I've got some lightning and some light rain coming over here soon. Can I answer Aubrey? Well, again, you're closer within that cap in Aubrey, but you are north of Denton. So, I mean, you're probably safe, to be honest with you. You look to be fairly holding strong with that capping inversion within the Aubrey region. Yeah, so I mean, it's basically shifted. I mean, that again, that's the. I mean, everything's the thinking's. What we're concerned about now is just the northern flank of these storms, and then the secondary complex, which that secondary complex we probably won't be doing live. That'll be like 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning. But yes, there is going to be a round two with this. The Breckenridge stuff, again, just a kind of a mesoscale complex, nothing to be too concerned about. 40-mile-per-hour winds, penny size hail. This storm down near Brownwood, borderline severe. But yeah, it looks like the cap is holding pretty strong for the Metroplex. Hey, what about Burleson? Yeah, Burleson's pretty much done. There's nothing happening in Burleson. How's Lake Texoma looking for fishing tomorrow? I don't know. Like I said, you're going to have that complex in the morning. I mean, I would say in the afternoon, you're probably fine, but it's not going to be in the morning time. Hey, I think you shared an infographic a few months ago explaining the cap. Can you share it again? Basically it's like kind of a warm layer aloft. It's like 5,000 feet up. It's just kind of I say it's a boundary layer. It's like a protective lid. I can probably find it and maybe share it with you on the page. But that's all it is. I mean, basically a cap is with us on a daily basis. It comes and goes, and almost on a daily basis. Is either there or it's not. And yeah, it always becomes on the mention because when we have storm chances, but it's always there on a daily basis, even though you don't talk about it every single day, but it's there every single day. And it's either strong or weak or there, or I mean it's always a puzzle. So but right now it's squash and development. But you can obviously see where it's weak, right? I mean, you can obviously see the atmosphere turning over very clearly, right? I mean, this is Durant. There was nothing there. You see this? There was absolutely nothing there. And then the atmosphere rapidly turned over. Telltale sign, weak cap, weak cap and inversion. It's obviously over 5,000 feet now. These can become more surface based and can become severe. You know, that's pretty evident in this area right here. And this is why they just issued the renewed severe thunderstorm watch in this area. And that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. But further south, you see the difference where it's a little bit stronger, right? You don't really see the atmosphere turning over that big, right? There's layers, right? There's very weak to the north. It's not as strong, or I guess it's a little bit stronger. The cap is a little bit stronger further south, but it's really strong if you go further south in like Plano and Carrollton. You see nothing, right? There's just absolutely nothing, right? So you can see the different layers of what we're talking about. Interesting. Okay. All right. Looks like even on the tornado front has subsided. It was definitely a lot more active earlier. But again, I don't want to hold, these Oklahoma storms are still, kind of out of hand. They have some pretty significant winds with them. Uh, they're upwards to 70 miles an hour. That's not going to go away. That's 80 miles an hour, folks. I mean, these Oklahoma storms are packing a punch. They basically have no cap. The cap is just non-existent up here. So there's nothing to stop these things. So um, but yeah, the Oklahoma storms are still the real deal. They're still packing some pretty good, significant winds. These are moving across destructive winds, over hurricane force winds right now happening just in and around the Cherokee region, the Fairview region. This will expire in 2 minutes and obviously get extended further east. That will head towards Stillwater, and remember the eventually over towards Tulsa region. And then you have the southern flank, which we just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Woodward County. 76 actually. You see that? 76 miles an hour, folks. So yeah, these storms in Oklahoma do mean business because there's no cap, right? So they're not getting help from the cap there because there isn't a cap, right? And so you can see the difference of the layers in the atmosphere, what we're looking at. Basically no cap over Oklahoma, a little bit of a weaker, a little bit stronger cap, but still weakness in the cap along the Red River, and then a much stronger cap over the Metroplex, which is holding everything at bay. And then again, we talked about West Texas did not have much of a cap either, which that's been the case all night long. And we saw 3 confirmed tornadoes in West Texas. We saw up to baseball size hail confirmed out in West Texas. So all everything's played out, and the good thing is the cap did hold fairly strong in the heart of the Metroplex. Yeah, you might have tornadoes through midnight. Yeah, you can't rule out. I mean, this mesoscale convective system is pretty strong. It's got a lot of breadth to it. If it's still producing some 80-mile-per-hour destructive winds, I'm not seeing any, bowing. So I don't. They kind of need a little bit bow out more to get to those 90-mile-per-hour winds, but nonetheless, these things are really definitely packing a punch, and obviously anything along that leading squall line would be tornado prone to have an isolated spin up along that leading edge there. All right, so let's go back down further south towards the Red River. I would not be surprised if we get a severe thunderstorm coming out of this complex that has just rapidly exploded over the last 10 minutes or so. Got a lot of lightning strikes with it. We're starting to see the deep purples now. You see the atmosphere. It's pretty crazy, right? I don't know what the time frame is on that, folks, but you basically had nothing on radar, and now you got 47,000 foot cloud tops. You see that? When you don't have a cap, there is not much to stop these things. It's pretty easy when you don't have a cap. I mean, um, they would all be storms, but always the challenge with it when you have no cap, stronger cap, weaker cap, where the line's going to be, where it's going to start feeling the effects of that. That's why, forecasting this stuff becomes really challenging at times. And where you draw the line in the sand, and where it's going to start feeling the effects, and they're going to be squashed down, and where the most prone areas are going to be the highest impact areas. It's always a puzzle to it, guys, and it's never a perfect science. But yeah, nonetheless, this thing is 47,000 feet. So that thing is just rapidly exploded there out in southern Oklahoma. And this one is every bit of 60,000 feet, folks. That's a towering supercell holding its own. 61,000 feet. And again, this is the same storm. This is east southeast, right? This is going to be crucial watching Denison and Sherman here. Um, if this, 60,000 foot cloud top hits that maybe a little bit, stronger, I guess weaker cap or however you want to rephrase it. Anyways, it's going to be a pretty good battle if these storms are going to be able to overcome that. So, but yeah, so this is definitely holding its own. 61,000 feet is pretty significant there. All right, so I'm just now getting more and more lightning strikes off my Tempest. And if we put that last frame, oh, actually, wait, let me go back. Did that? I missed it. Wait a minute. That thing blew up. It looked like at one point it grew even higher. I can't stop the frame fast enough. Yeah, but nonetheless, pretty significant storm out there, and going towards Ringling. Yeah, very intense lightning out of that system. Tons of lightning strikes. Man, look at that. That is some serious lightning coming out of that system. That thing is strong. Wow, very intense lightning. All right, so that system is going to continue again. Like I said, it's going to continue east southeastward. So that's heading towards likely just south of the Ardmore region, Marietta, and Thackerville. So that will be heading towards those regions. And yes, it looks like they have a mesoscale special weather statement on this particular storm that has now got some nickel size hail to it. So this is the storm that we've been watching the atmosphere overturn, but that will continue lifting northeast. So this is the renewed severe thunderstorm watch is definitely warranted just north of the Red River. Of the atmosphere is definitely overturning for sure. Is it still going to hit McKinney? Well, again, you might get hit more of those round two than this first round because of the cap. You just have to see if the southern flank is not severe anymore. So if this first storm's further south, I mean, you're probably less likely. And I won't be live for the second round. Again, that's going to be between say 3 and 7 o'clock in the morning. So about 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, because remember the severe thunderstorm watch is going to be expiring for West Texas at 10 in about 20 minutes. That'll be expiring, and what I'm kind of looking for right now is just this complex is going to be moving east southeast, and the further south. But you can watch this, right? I mean, you can watch the southern flank of that. This produced golf ball size hail, right? We know it produced golf ball size hail just west of Wichita Falls, but that storm has drastically come down, right? I mean, it is drastically come down. Basically, tells me the cap is stronger down further south, right? And so it's still holding its own pretty good in Ringling. This one's still holding its own pretty good. And where you do have the weakness here is out in southern Oklahoma and eastern Oklahoma. I put this on. Okay. Hey, I'll be back in a second. Hey guys, I'm back. Hey, so round 2 is when it will hit Durant earlier morning. Yeah, so yes, exactly. So yeah, Durant's gonna probably hit with round 2. I mean, actually they're getting hit right now. So we're not gonna be done with round 1 yet. I mean, remember, Durant's under the renewed severe thunderstorm warning or watch until 2 o'clock in the morning. So Durant is under the severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. So you're getting this new complex further south that's building up in your area, and then you're still going to have this complex coming in from the west. Remember, you're in an area that does not have much of a cap here, so you're still not even remotely done with round 1. But round 2 would be this complex up here that's up here towards Clinton, Elk City. It still has a ways to go before it hits your area. And we know the stuff out west is going to be expiring in 10 minutes or so, and there still shows no signs whatsoever in the metroplex of showing any side of strength or anything. Kyle, hey, appreciate it, Kyle. Thanks so much. Um, hey, thanks for the donation, Kyle. So we are, yeah. So that's the latest update, guys. I'm just kind of curious on this northern branch if this is gonna how far south that's actually gonna make it. Let's put some storm reports on here. Yeah, so if I can go back to the SPC storm reports. Yeah, looks like we got 7. All right, so we have a confirmed storm spotter in Oklahoma. So it looks like they added another one. So that's 3 in Texas and 1 in Oklahoma. But we knew we had more in Oklahoma than what it shows. We did have some 3-inch hail in Oklahoma confirmed. Yeah, so this activity by the Red River looks to continue to intensify. Yeah, the Capon inversion is essentially just non-existent there. Or we already know cloud tops are 47,000 feet. I mean, obviously that's well above 5,000 feet, and the stuff in Wichita Falls is just rapidly disintegrated. Okay, so we got the renewed severe thunderstorm warning has pushed further southeast. Okay, so that's a new warning that has pushed further southeast for eastern Jefferson County, Love County, and Carter County in southern Oklahoma. So this is the storm that was coming out of Ringling. Now continue to move eastbound at 45 miles an hour. Has some wind gusts of 60 to possibly upwards to 70 miles an hour with this system. And like I mentioned, we'll just have to see how how strong if these levels are kind of coming down at all. It's got significant lightning, so there's got a lot of intensity with this storm. But it's definitely getting closer to an area that's going to have a little bit stronger cap with it. So it'll be interesting to see who actually wins that battle there. And that will basically, the moral of the story is that will basically be determined if Denison or Sherman's is even going to get anything. If we're going to watch the rapid collapse of this storm as it continues to move east southeast, or if we're going to continue to see it hold its own and be strong enough to overcome this this little stronger cap here. Any concerns for Joplin? We are traveling there currently. Joplin, what, Central Texas? Um, yeah, so well, Joplin. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Is that Gerald, Joplin? I mean, all these cities run together. Ugh. I gotta stay hydrated. Yeah, so if we zoom further south here, that was I don't think that was actually kind of expected. There was 1.5 inch hail there in Austin. That was a storm that came through Brady that kept on diving southeast. That one held together. All right, so let's go back to the high resolution guidance and look at this possible round 2 here for tonight. Oh, okay. Well, it's not even the 0 It's not even finished yet. Okay, but I might have different people watching me now. So, okay, so let's just go back. Let's just go back to look at the 0Z and let's watch this play out. Some of you might not have been around. We're gonna let this run and then go through it here. Okay, so what we were watching earlier, if you're just now kind of tuning in, we talked about the stronger capping inversion over the metroplex, the weakness and out west of the metroplex, weakness north of the metroplex, and that's what's happening here. And so we watched the demise of these storms as they moved across the metroplex. This is about 11 o'clock. Um, Dang, it moved quickly. So this is about 11 o'clock. So you might get glanced from the storms that are coming through Ardmore, but the round 2 would be coming further north. So the intensity in these Oklahoma storms go for a pretty good chunk of the evening. So they're going to be, again, continue with very high winds coming into Oklahoma City. This is about 11 o'clock. So this is 11 o'clock. Remember, they added the severe thunderstorm watch out here in eastern Oklahoma, southern portions of Oklahoma. All these could be severe at that time, large hail, damaging winds, and these continue. This whole mesoscale convective system continues into the midnight time frame. So this is midnight. Notice pretty much nothing over the metroplex. So round 1, basically for the metroplex, you're pretty much done at this point. I mean, that's about it, right? I mean, so this is round 2 for the overnight time frame that goes into Oklahoma, and there's 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is the potential for round 2. So this will be coming over Oklahoma. This is 2 a.m. This is when the severe thunderstorm watch expires for eastern Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, and then for portions of North Texas, you're gonna have to watch the northern flank of this. So by 3 a.m. So by 3 a.m. again, don't take this verbatim, but just kind of gives you an idea. This is round 2 that was going to be affecting our northeastern counties of the metroplex. So maybe starting to approach the Red River, heading into Idabel, Oklahoma by this is 3 o'clock in the morning. So 3 o'clock in the morning. And there's 4 o'clock in the morning. So 4 o'clock in the morning, it continues to move just a little bit further off to the east southeast. And there would be 5 o'clock in the morning, possibly entering the Denison area, possibly the Sherman area, Paris, Idabel, north of maybe Texarkana, those regions. That's 5 o'clock in the morning. There's 6 o'clock in the morning, could have a squall line come through. Again, you can't take this exactly verbatim, but just kind of gives you an idea. This is northeast of the Metroplex, maybe Howe, Anna, Leonard, Bonham, Paris, Bogota, Clarksville, Texarkana. That's 6 a.m. So that's 6 o'clock in the morning. And then there would be 7 o'clock in the morning. So 7 o'clock in the morning, Farmersville, Nevada, Greenville, Commerce, get into Sulphur Springs, Mount Vernon. But mainly it's going to be, if you are going to get impacted from the second line, it's going to be, north of around the Red River, north of the, Highway 380, maybe McKinney, possibly, then eastbound. Right. And so to get any further south or get any further out to the west, you'd have to have some sort of help. You'd have to have some sort of outflow boundary or something like that. But remember, we have a stronger cap because we have a developing ridge building in from Mexico, building in from South Texas. That's basically starting to win the battle, right? And cutting off the spigots for North Texas and putting us in a longer heat wave, essentially. And then okay, then it's East Texas. This is 8 o'clock in the morning. West Tawakoni, Quitman, Winsboro, Mount Pleasant. Now again, these areas have been really hit hard, so these could be high wind threats. All right, so definitely concerned about these. Might have some microburst winds, downburst winds. This is for East Texas, so yeah, don't take your guard down into East Texas. And even in the morning time frame, these could be some pretty high impact storms from that second complex that is coming in from Oklahoma into the morning hours. And then that would move off into to the Little Rock area, into the Louisiana area, maybe into Shreveport, maybe again clip our eastern, far eastern counties. And then it's not really until maybe, it really doesn't show anything, but there might be some sort of weakness south of Dallas tomorrow. But the moral of the story is everything from this point forward would probably shift eastbound. So there's this is renewed strength until 9 o'clock in the afternoon, tomorrow night, with back into East Texas. But so what's happening here again? We've been talking about this ridge over Mexico that's going to be building into Texas. This is what's created the capping inversion over Dallas tonight, and it's finally winning the war. So what I mean by that is, instead of we getting these convective complexes of storms, the ridge is going to be taken over. So I get it. It's one of those things. You either get the heat and the storms, or you get no storms and just heat. And we're going to go to no storms and heat. And so tomorrow, the convective complexes are going to be east of Oklahoma, going into East Texas after the morning activity. So all this stuff into Missouri, into Little Rock, going into Mississippi and Alabama, you're going to be on enhanced risk, big time severe storms into tomorrow. But the ridge will eventually start to overcome all of Texas and eventually all of Oklahoma into next week. So then you have any storm complexes would be overriding the ridge. So it'd be lifting up and then overriding the ridge. So that's why it puts the southeast more into play with just devastating heavy rainfall. And then you also have some tropical juice down there into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. We have an active tropical wave down here towards the Yucatan, and that's going to sending feeder bands into Florida, away from the ridge. Is going to be diverted away from the ridge, and so compounding with the overflow off the ridge and the tropical surge, it definitely puts Florida into the southeast into severe flooding, I would think, over the next 5 to 10 days. So I'm looking at a lot of rainfall for this area right here, just being crushed with very heavy rain, a lot of flooding, a lot of flash flood watches in place, the whole 9 yards. And that's it, guys. But yeah, so we're pretty much on the tail end of this system of round one. And so yeah, these storms down here by Brownwood are still out there. They're still borderline severe, but they're not moving towards the metroplex. And anything that gets even close to the metroplex is getting squashed. So again, you might be clipped on our in our northern counties if the cap is having any sort of weakness from this round one system. So this, again, this round one system, you may get an extension off the severe thunderstorm warning into Durant, Denison, Sherman. That is a possibility. Um, but after that, that would be done with round one. You would be completely done with round one. Then, of course, I showed you what round two would be. And of course, you got a lot of high winds tonight for Oklahoma, and that just moves into East Texas. Then, of course, very concerned about East Texas into tomorrow morning with a high wind threat. And don't be surprised, microburst winds. And those are areas that already have power outages. Sulphur Springs, Mount Pleasant, all those areas could get hit hard again tomorrow morning. So be on the lookout for that. So, all right, guys, that's probably it for tonight for severe weather coverage. Thanks for watching. I am definitely tired, and I'm gonna get some rest. Father's Day is tomorrow. I'll probably do a YouTube video, but other than that, I showed you what's happening. Where this trajectory is going to go. East, southeast for tomorrow. That's the main event for tomorrow. East Texas in the morning. And then just, of course, the ridge just builds into Texas and eventually going to be building into Oklahoma. And then it actually just lifts further north than that. So it's going to take over next week for the central part of the country. Hey, Christina. All right, guys. Hey, I enjoyed it. Geez. All right, so they did in fact, oh geez. They did in fact, it looks like they did in fact issue that severe thunderstorm watch for I just got the notification. It's coming in right now. So they did in fact issue that severe thunderstorm watch that does include let's see. Okay, so yeah, the northern flank it does include. So let me put that on for you before I let you go because I'm still gonna crash. Of course, that goes until 2 o'clock in the morning. I showed you the reasons why we're gonna be under a watch. I probably can't hang with you until 2 a.m. Not at this point. I am dead tired from continuous 7 days a week from this stuff. Okay, so let me all right, so we talked about this northern flank. Is it even there yet? It's not even there yet. It'll be added. So, but it'll probably pop up while we're here. But again, it's the northern interior. It's the northern fringe. So they did in fact issue a severe thunderstorm watch that does include the Sherman area, McKinney, Mount Pleasant, Paris, Idabel, Texarkana. So again, it's the northern fringe. We talked about that mesoscale discussion, but they shifted it just a tad bit further south. So it essentially basically includes, and this is round one, so that it includes, basically roughly this area. And it'll fill in, but it just includes a little bit of areas further south. It's the moral of the story is this complex right here may clip some of these areas. So even though sometimes the watch, if any portion of the county gets included in the watch, the whole entire county gets included in the watch. So even though, like for example, into maybe Collin County, going into McKinney area, if the far northern fringes of the watch includes the possibility within the watch, then the entire county gets included. So basically, the moral of the story is it's the far northern fringes of north of Highway 380 could get clipped from this activity over the next couple of hours, right? And then of course, then I showed you round two. So all right, everybody's telling me good night. All right. That's it, guys. Hey, I appreciate you watching. Thanks for the support out there. I appreciate all the new followers. Thanks for the donations on Facebook and YouTube. Greatly appreciate all the new followers. All right, hope you enjoyed the live coverage, and y'all be safe out there. Good night.